Good morning, Kids First champions. A little louder, please. Good morning. Welcome to our schoolhouse, the place where our district family comes together to be in fellowship, to break bread, and to plan for our future together. This house doesn't just belong to the district office, it belongs to all of us, every school leader, every board member, and every partner who has chosen to put kids first. I know it takes sacrifice to step away from your schools, your businesses, and your families to be here, and I'm deeply grateful that you have chosen to invest a few hours with your team. We only get this moment once a year, 5 hours, all together in one place. But in those 5 hours, we can do something remarkable. We can celebrate what we've achieved, we can collaborate and learn from one another, and most importantly, we can strategize and organize for the road ahead. This year, more than any other, that work matters. Our charter sector has been under intense scrutiny. Collectively, across all three authorizers, more than $10 million of funding was cut from your schools. We've seen traditional districts become more intentional about their marketing. We've watched private schools, vouchers, and homeschool grow as competitive options for families. And yes, we felt the sting of being under attack. But here's what sets us apart as a district. We are intentionally focused on putting all kids first. We are the most aligned with the Charter Schools Act, the most transparent, and the most mission-oriented. That is our strength, and that is why families choose your schools. So what does that mean for us? It means we cannot afford to simply be good. Good is no longer good enough. We must move from good to great to best. Good is doing the minimum, meeting the standard. Great is when we innovate, when we outperform, and when we raise the bar. But best is when we become undeniable. Best is when we are transparent, accountable, and consistently deliver results for kids. Best is when we leave nothing on the classroom floor, nothing on the field. When we give everything we have so that children have everything they need to succeed. That's what will set us apart in this competitive school choice world. That's what will silence our critics. That's what will ensure families continue to choose charter schools, not because we demand it, but because we earn it. And here's the truth. We can't do this in isolation. We need each other. We need to stand together and to be one voice for children, to put kids first together. So today in our schoolhouse, let's use these hours well. Let's learn, let's lead, let's encourage one another, and let's align around a single powerful message for the 2026 legislative session, that charter schools are essential to South Carolina's future, and we will defend and promote them with unity and with conviction. When we stand alone, we may be good. When we innovate, we may become great. But when we stand together, united for children, we become our best. And our best is what every child deserves. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. And thank you for putting kids first, today, tomorrow, and always. Welcome to the 2025 Leaders Summit. Now let's get to work.
Good morning. Thank you, Chris, very, very much for your passion and for what you do. My name is Kevin Cohen. I'm with The Point Radio here in Columbia, 100.7 FM, 1470 AM. But more importantly, I'm here because I believe in kids first, and we are partners with the South Carolina Public Charter School District at the radio station. Really strongly believe in school choice and really strongly believe in what Chris and this team is all about. We get, with all of our babies, one opportunity. That's it. We get one chance to do it the right way for our kids. we have got to make the most of that one opportunity. That's significant. It's so important. And that's why school choice matters so much, and that is why it matters so much that when we get our opportunity, we don't waste it. We've got a tremendous program for you today, some really wonderful people that are going to be a part of it, and we're excited about it. It's going to be an exciting day. We'll be here in the auditorium till about 11 o'clock, and then we'll move on for what we call our networking lunch from 11 to 12. Then we'll get everybody back here in the auditorium from about noon until 2 o'clock, and we'll get you on the road around 2 o'clock to head back to wherever it is that you are heading back to. We want you to get out a lot of this, though, today. We really want you to be involved. We've set up microphones here on both sides so you can ask questions of our speakers when they're done. And we've got, one announcement that it's very important that we make. We don't want to see any problems for you. If you're parked at all next door, at Max next door on the corner of Barnwell and Laurel, you're going to want to move that car. They're great neighbors. They're very great neighbors for the food, but the tow truck driver is always looking for who's parking there that doesn't belong there and who's not eating there. So make sure if you did park there, you don't stay there. All right, let's get into our program. Let's not waste any time. We want to introduce our South Carolina State Superintendent of Education. Ellen Weaver's here with us again this year. We're thrilled to have her on board to say a few words about the district and about how things are going here in the state of South Carolina. Let's welcome Ellen Weaver.
Hello. Oh, you guys are too kind. Good morning. It is so good to be with you today. And I think we should have given you a standing ovation, Chris, because your remarks were spot on. When we put the interests of our students first and stop arguing over competing adult agendas, that is when South Carolina's education ecosystem of the future will truly serve every single child in our state. And that's what my passion is in doing this job. I have a quick presentation that I put together for you, and I'm not sure if the PowerPoint is loaded yet, but whenever I'm in this space, I always think about church, right? It's kind of hard not to with the pews that y'all are sitting on, and at least these pews are padded, unlike the hardwood pews that I grew up with. But I'm a choir member at my church, and you have to have multiple parts for it to be a choir, right? You have to have your soprano, your alto, your tenor, and your bass. Of course, I'm a little partial to the altos. We're the ones who show up on time, steady to the end, one-note wonders. But, it really takes every single voice part to make the music beautiful. And it's the same song. It's the same sheet of music. But each of those parts has a beauty and a melody all its own. And when those parts are harmonized, that's when beautiful music is made. And I truly think that that is such a great metaphor for what we are seeking to do for our students here in South Carolina. And so the presentation that I want to give to you all today is the same presentation that I gave to our traditional public school superintendents. It's the same presentation that I gave to your colleagues from the Charter Institute at Erskine when I spoke at their leadership summit last week. It's the same presentation that I want to give to you all, because I truly believe that culture is about shared language. And we have to understand what brings us together and our commonality if we're going to also understand and value what makes us different and unique and what sets us apart. And to me, the non-negotiable of our education journey here in South Carolina, whatever brand or variety of education choice you represent, is that every student has to have a strong foundation in literacy. Reading is the foundation of all other learning, and I am so excited about where we are as a state here in South Carolina. You all may have heard that the state just last week announced our SC Ready scores for the past school year, and we saw a 6-point jump in our early literacy scores. And that's across 3rd to 8th grade. It was a larger jump than that in those early grades, those 3rd grade years where we have really been focusing so much time and attention. And as proud as I am of the incredibly hard work that our Department of Education team has done to help create that alignment of resources and focus and support for our school partners, It is your work, it is the work of your teachers in your classrooms that is delivering those outcomes for students. And I just could not be more proud of where we are as a state. I'm not sure if the slides are ready, so we'll just keep going. If you can imagine in your mind the beautiful chart, oh, it is here. Okay, no. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. There it is. Look at that. Like magic. The beautiful timeline chart that we have that just chronicles the last 10 years of South Carolina's education journey in reading. And I'm not going to read all that to you, but it starts with the initial adoption of Read to Succeed way back in 2014. My number one priority as state superintendent my first budget year was requesting the professional development dollars for the letters training, that high quality professional development that puts those tools in our teachers' toolkits to align them with what we know brain science tells us about how students learn how to read. The General Assembly stepped up and filled that request. They also stepped up and funded over $200 million to adopt the high quality instructional materials that go along with this. And I was able to talk a little bit with our district SPED director this morning and was just so encouraged by the conversation that we were having around every student, and that means truly every single student, deserves access to strong, high-quality Tier 1 instruction. Our special education students deserve that every bit as much as our Gen Ed students. And it may take them a little bit longer to master that content, but they deserve access to that content. Because I truly believe that when we hold forth high expectations for our students and pair it with high support, our students can achieve, they can learn. And that is the message that I want to leave here today. I've shared with some school leaders earlier in the week, if there is one thing that I could shift in education writ large, not just here in South Carolina, but education writ large, it would be adult mindset. Because I think that we have allowed ourselves to become complacent and we impose our limitations and our low expectations on the students that we serve. And I am here to tell you that our students in South Carolina are every bit as creative, every bit as smart, every bit as capable as any student anywhere on God's green earth, whether they live on the I-95 corridor or whether they live in the wealthiest zip code in Greenville County. Our kids can learn. And if we give them a strong foundation in reading, they will. I won't walk you through all these super boring processes about standards and test development and all of the things that go into those incredible scores that you saw this last week. But this is where the proof is in the pudding. That 6.1% gain, and that's the combined scores for 3rd to 8th grade. If you actually look at the distribution between 3rd to 8th grade, again, you see that the improvements were really weighted very heavily to the early end, those early years in 3rd and 4th grade, which is exactly what we would expect to see given the investment in that letters training in the K-3 space. What I'll tell you about this that is so exciting to me is that this is really kind of the canary in the coal mine year, if you will, the lead indicator, because the students who would have been kindergartners when South Carolina first started its Palmetto Literacy Project journey, they won't be tested as 3rd graders until this school year. And so I think that this is a great indicator that we are on the right direction, we are on the right path, and we are making progress and setting a strong foundation for students. I can't quite see it from here, but I'm pretty sure that's the chart of our students in poverty, again, beating the odds, right? Like our students in poverty can learn. We saw improvements for our special education students as well. So exciting. So I'm just gonna click through these very quickly, not read them all to you, but the words that I want you to focus on are clarity, alignment, and coherence. I talk about these words relentlessly with our team in the Department of Education. We have to have clarity about what we're trying to do. I think it's so tempting in education for us to get distracted by the crisis of the moment or to be overwhelmed by what I call the spaghetti against the wall approach, because there's so much coming at you so quickly. But we have to be relentless in understanding where is it that we're actually trying trying to go? What is our big goal? And then 2, alignment. How are we aligning scarce resources, whether that be money, whether that be time, whether that be human capital? How are we relentlessly aligning our resources to achieve that vision and that clarity that we have come to? And then that ultimately results in coherence, which is what you see when the flywheel catches and you start to see that progress. Let's see here. And this is just math. Of course, we don't want to give math short shrift. We have a lot to do in math. We saw a 2-point gain, which I will celebrate all day long, but we see a huge drop off in middle school. That's a challenge that I would put forward to you all in your schools. If you have seen strategies that are working well in your classrooms, especially in those middle school years, I would love to know what those strategies are. What is working? How can we learn from our innovators in the charter sector and then scale and replicate that success that you all are seeing in your classrooms statewide? But we're working on the Palmetto Math Project, which really is the exact same formula that we've applied to literacy, which is you invest in high quality professional development for your teachers, right? The tools in their toolbox that they need, the high quality instructional materials that supports that teacher knowledge, instructional coaching for application in the classroom, and then in the math area, high dose tutoring, which we know is what helps close those achievement gaps for students who are 2 and 3 years behind. The last thing, well, 2 things I want to leave you with, our Palmetto Pioneer Series. So as you all know, we are coming up on the 250th anniversary of America. And my dream, my vision is for every student in South Carolina to have come through this 250 year with the knowledge that we are America today because of South Carolina. The revolution started in Massachusetts, Lexington and Concord, but the hinge of the revolution turned on the battlefields of Cowpens, Kings Mountain, Camden, and so many other areas that are right here in our own backyard. And I want our students to know this. I want them to be proud of this. And so we're putting out a series of documents that we're calling our Palmetto Pioneer Series. We started our first Palmetto Pioneer as Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. And what I love about this series, these are 1-page posters, essentially 8x10 posters that will live on our website that anyone can access free of charge, printed out for classrooms. Homeschool families can access them, churches can access them, anyone can, but it pairs the historical narrative of their life and a lesson that we can learn from their life along with a virtue, a character trait, a life skill that we want our students to know and that they should know to be successful. So this is the one that we're going to be rolling out this next week for the 250, William Jasper and the story of our Palmetto flag. So there's a sneak peek for you. Stay tuned for that. But we hope that you'll find these resources to be really useful to you, really practical tools for your teachers and your students in your schools to be able to access these stories of these incredible South Carolina heroes and the lessons that we can learn from their lives. The last thing that I will leave you with today is just a study that I would recommend to you. I know you all are probably looking for a little light reading before you go to sleep at night, so nothing like an academic report to cure that insomnia. But the Education Oversight Committee has put out this wonderful report called Beating the Odds. And they studied 2 different cohorts of schools in South Carolina, and I'm going to get some of the qualifications wrong, but I'll do my best here. They were Title I schools, so they were high poverty schools. They had to have at least 100 students. They had to not have any unsatisfactory indicators on their report card. Even if they were a magnet program of some kind, they had to have open admission, open enrollment criteria, and then they had to have transportation for students to be able to get there. So it was in no way a selective school of any kind. And these schools are absolutely knocking it out of the park for their students. I got to visit several of these schools. One of them was 87% poverty, majority minority school. They were the 2nd highest performing elementary school in the entire state of South Carolina. Anybody from Greenwood? It's Greenwood 52. Okay, we got Greenwood in the house over here. Perfect. And so it's just absolutely incredible. So the common thread amongst all of these beating the odds schools, principal leadership. I know that's no surprise to those of you who are sitting here in this room today, because these are the jobs that you all are doing and are investing your life in every single day. So I just want to close by saying thank you so much for the commitment to excellence that you have in leading your schools. Thank you so much for your commitment to truly putting kids first in your classrooms every single day. Keep on keeping on. As Chris said, the best proof point that we have for education choice in South Carolina is excellence. Let's get out there, let's be the best, let's beat those odds, and let's do it for those amazing kids that we've been called to serve. Thank you so much.
If anybody have any questions for Superintendent Weaver, you're welcome to come on up to a microphone and ask. We'd love for you to participate.
Sorry, I thought I was off the hot seat.
Not quite.
I'm happy to take questions. Comments, jokes, insults.
Superintendent Weaver, I'm Dr. Melanie Vaughn. I am the Executive Director for PACE Academy. We are an AES or AEC school alternative education campus. We have over 60% of our students in poverty. We have over 70% of our students with IEPs. Our growth that we're seeing is better. When we look at our MAP scores, we do Project READ. We've done this since 2021 when we opened our doors. We are seeing much growth in the areas of 4th through 5th and 6th grade in reading. Yes, our math scores could be better, but at the end of the day, when our parents see the unsatisfactory score that I will get this year, because even though my scores moved, nobody was there when I have children who could not read when they came to me in the 3rd and the 4th grade after leaving traditional public schools. My question to you is, when are we going to do away with the South Carolina Ready test since everything is going from the federal government back to the states, according to our president? When are we going to do away with that test and have better indicators like MAP and things like Project READ, our letters to better serve our students and give a better indicator?
So that's a great question. I think there are probably two components that folks in this room are aware of, is that there's not only federal accountability in South Carolina, but we actually have a state accountability law that precedes federal accountability. And so a statewide summative test is not just a result of federal accountability. Whatever happens at the federal level, we actually have a state accountability system that has been in law since the late 90s that requires a state summative test. But what I can say is that we are in the process right now, and by we, I mean not only the State Department of Education, is actually being led by the Education Oversight Committee, which is the body that was created by that law in the late 1990s that oversees the state accountability system here in South Carolina. They're going through right now what's called the cyclical review process of the state accountability system, and I would strongly encourage folks in this room who have ideas about how we could more accurately reflect the impact of our alternative education campuses in our school report cards. I would encourage you to submit very concrete feedback, ideas for how we could do it better, how we could do it differently. And so that is a very timely question and something that's actually ongoing right now. We just had a meeting of that cyclical review panel just a couple of weeks ago. So I would strongly encourage you to reach out to members of the Education Oversight Committee, to Dana Yao, who is the executive director there, with your comments. And I know she would love to receive that feedback, because at the end of the day, accountability is not meant to be a weapon. It's meant to be a tool. It's meant to be a tool to show us where we are on the GPS on the map so that we can plot our journey to get to where we need to be for our students. And you know, I view the word accountability really as responsibility. Accountability can have a very negative connotation, but at the end of the day, we are responsible for moving our students forward, and we need to have some kind of clear, objective criteria for how we do that. And so I just want to commend you and your team for the incredibly hard work that you are doing to take those students who are so far behind in their academic journey, and frankly, who have been given up on in many cases, and for you to have the courage to see the possibility of what those students can be, and then to invest your life in helping them achieve that is the most noble thing I think anybody could ever do with their lives. And so I thank you for asking that question, and I thank you for the work that you and your team do every day. Any other questions?
Hi, sorry, I just have one question. I'm beyond thrilled that our numbers are going up in South Carolina across the board, charter schools and public schools. How do our state standards compare to the state standards at schools in states that are considered higher performers in education? Are we raising the bar for all of our students, or are we setting a bar that helps us look better on test scores?
That's a great question. That's a great question. And that's something that I wrestle with all the time because, again, my background really is coming out of that accountability lens where we want our students, when they leave a South Carolina school, for their diploma to be worth more than the paper that it's written on. And that is never going to be a reality if we lower the bar, if we lower rigor, and if we don't raise those expectations. And so the standard setting and test setting process that South Carolina goes through, the slides are in there. It's a 2 to 3 year process that happens for that review. And that review is actually run by trained South Carolina educators, and it's overseen by a National Technical Assistance Committee that is comprised of psychometricians. And that's not a swear word for those of you who, don't love statistics and psychometrics and all of that. But so they really are kind of the quality control, if you will, ensuring that we are applying rigorous standards and that our standards are in alignment with national best practices. The best apples to apples comparison that we ever have is NAEP, because it's really hard to account for all of the variations within state standards and state tests because they are truly unique to each state, especially in the post-Common Core era. I mean, we truly are no longer Common Core light here in South Carolina. Our standards are South Carolina derived standards. And so looking at those NAEP scores, what I can tell you is that while we saw a disappointing picture nationally, South Carolina actually maintained and even advanced in some categories. Now, that doesn't mean that we're where we need to be or where we want to be, but we were a beating the odds state in the national NAEP data this year. And I think that some of that is probably a result of the fact that we reopened our schools sooner than some of the other states did. But I truly believe that that also is an artifact of our focus on foundational skills. While other states are out there having arguments about whatever the cause du jour is, we're focused here on early literacy, those reading skills, on those early math skills. And I was actually really encouraged to see there's an Urban Institute study that was done of the NAEP scores where they actually adjust all of the states for poverty. And as you all know, South Carolina is a high poverty state. I think we have the 9th highest poverty in the country. When those scores are adjusted for poverty, we actually were the 8th highest performing state in the country on NAEP. And so again, I couch that as I see poverty as a challenge, not an excuse. And just because we're a poor state doesn't mean we're going to lower the bar or set low expectations for our kids. But I do think that it's interesting to see that even across the country, people are recognizing that there's something real happening here in South Carolina that's not a conflation or an inflation of our academic rigor. So thank you for that great question. Yes, sir. How are you, Trevor? You're going to be excited, I know, whatever it is.
Yes. Trevor Ivey from Liberty STEAM Charter. I bring you greetings on behalf of our board chairman, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Wondering if you can give us a sneak peek into your budget priorities. I know we're not that far away, hard to believe, but what are going to be your budget priorities, and if any, reflecting in the charter sector, particularly for facilities infrastructure
Yes.
funding and bus transportation?
Yes.
Thank you for what you do. I just want to say that it is always great to see positivity on the stage between you as our state policymaker and our charter district superintendent, Mr. Neely. So thank you for what you do. Your being here today means a lot to us, and thank you for being our voice here in Columbia.
Thank you, Trevor. Well, and I believe in terms of energy, like what you give is what you receive. And so we should be excited about what we're doing. If we truly believe that we're doing something meaningful for kids, how could we not be energetic and excited about what we do every day? And yeah, I get it. The grind can really get you down. But like, if you believe you have been called to serve children and to build a bridge to a better future for them, how can you not be excited about that? So thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that. In terms of my budget priorities, Mika Childs is here today. Mika, where are you in the room? She's here. There she is, standing at the back of the room. She and a cross-divisional team at our Department of Education are actually working right now to envision what a pilot transportation program could look like, harnessing South Carolina's existing school bus infrastructure. And so we don't have any announcements to make about that. We are still very early in the findings phase of that, but I can tell you that she is talking with district leadership about that, because we want to make sure that whatever we do, your voices are represented in that process and that we're doing something that is actually useful, right? And so that's a big priority for us. I don't know that you'll see a budget request coming out of that yet this year, because we're still very much in kind of the study and try to figure out what we're going to do phase. And I also think that with our really unique transportation system set up here in South Carolina, that we have capacity within the existing system that we could figure out how to perhaps reuse, reallocate in new and different ways that would use existing resources to more impact. The facilities question is a great one, and one that we actually have been talking about over the last few budget cycles. I'm going to really redouble my efforts on that as my top priority this year going into the budget cycle, which is the creation of an education infrastructure bank. I see this as something, yeah. I see this as something that could be a win-win for both our charter schools and for our traditional schools in rural communities that simply don't have the tax base to always maintain buildings the way to the level that we know that our students deserve. And so we are still very much in the policy development phase on that. We're seeking input on that, but that is something that I think our General Assembly has expressed great interest in. I'm very hopeful for it. We're essentially looking to model it off of the State Transportation Infrastructure Bank, because that's a system that's already here in South Carolina that's already been working, but then obviously there would need to be some, unique customizations for the education space. But I truly think that that could be transformational in terms of how South Carolina continues to allow our charter sector to scale and to grow. Any other questions? All right, that's my walk-off music. Gotta get Alan up. Yeah.
Hold it one second.
Okay.
Yeah, well, General Wilson's got a plane to catch, so we want to make sure and get all our dignitaries in. But Ellen, before you leave, y'all have heard about the Mississippi Miracle in reading. You've heard about that, I hope. You've been reading, you've been seeing the news articles the last several years. Well, I think what we have going on here in South Carolina is the South Carolina success story. And it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Ellen Weaver, because she has been intentionally focused on literacy and reading here in our state like no one else. And it wasn't that many years ago where we had a state superintendent, I won't name names, but they blamed parents when it came to South Carolina's, reading scores. Ellen Weaver believes in parents, and she believes in you, and she believes in our kids, and she puts kids first every day. And so, Ellen, on behalf of the South Carolina Public Charter School District and all of your friends in the audience, we'd like to present you this year the first ever South Carolina Reading Champion Leadership Award.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I think we're going to get a photo.
Okay. I can't tell you what this means to me. This will have a proud place in my office. Reading is fundamental. It's the key to all other learning, and we're going to keep plugging away. We've only just started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen, and congratulations. Let's not waste any time. We want to get our Attorney General, Alan Wilson, up here. He is, of course, our state AG, but he wants a different title, and he wants to tell you a little bit about that journey he's on right now as he runs for governor in South Carolina. Let's welcome General Alan Wilson.
I didn't believe this thing was going to be emceed. I didn't know it was going to be emceed by a media mogul. So it's great to see you, Kevin Cohen, and always enjoy being on the point with him. We always have great conversations, and thank you for that. First off, it's great to be with all of you here today. I'm wearing a couple hats. First off, I am the State Attorney General, and I can talk a little bit about some of the positions I've taken as State Attorney General, but I'm also wearing the hat of a candidate for governor. First, before I say anything, as I campaign for governor, I want to say this to everyone in this room. I'm not just campaigning to tell you what I want to do for you as it relates to education or whatever issues are important to you. I'm not just here to tell you what I want to do for you. I'm actually kind of on a listening tour to invite people, whether they agree or fully disagree with me on any issues, to be part of our campaign. I want to be a vehicle for your issues as we campaign for governor. And if elected governor, I want to be able to give a voice to a lot of the concerns that you have. Now, as Attorney General, I have obviously taken a number of public positions on education. Obviously, one of the most notable recent ones was a U.S. Supreme Court case originating with a religious charter school in the state of Oklahoma. That was the Oklahoma Statewide Charter School Board versus Drummond that went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And it basically, we outlined three main points in that case that went to the Supreme Court. First, the proliferation of charter schools is a good thing. It creates more opportunity. It creates more options for families. That is something I've always believed, will always stand behind. Another thing that I wanted to say about that case is that we think charter schools should have a measure of independence. You are, in some ways, a lot like other vendors of state government, like people who are contracted to pave roads. They're not arms of the state, they're independent contractors. You all should have a measure of independence, and I will always fight for that measure of independence while receiving adequate funding, but you do perform a great service for the state. And then, of course, finally, I don't think charter schools, especially religious charter schools, should be discriminated against because they have a religious component, and you should be able to receive the same benefit as other charter or other public schools. And that is what that Supreme Court case was about. It actually went up to the Supreme Court, and one of the Supreme Court justices, I believe Amy Coney Barrett, had recused herself. So the Oklahoma Supreme Court struck down that funding. It went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and it was a 4-4 split, which means it didn't overturn the Oklahoma Supreme Court. But there will be another case, another vehicle to take that position, and we will certainly do so. We were also defensive of the Eidson case. We defended the ESA program. I know there's some mixed feelings in here about that. But again, at my core, I believe that we have to do everything we can to remove barriers to opportunity for every kid. I do not want to have people out there. There are people out there that I refer to as zip codist. Do you know what a zip codist is? It's a person who discriminates against a child because of the zip code they live in. And so there are a number of things, a couple of ideas that I have. And by the way, a lot of the ideas that I have gotten on my education platform come from meetings like this with people like you. I've met with high school principals, elementary and middle school teachers. I've met with technical college presidents, higher education presidents, four-year college presidents. I have collected a file of issues that I would like to talk about. A couple things I want to talk about first. I believe, and I was listening to Superintendent Weaver talk a moment ago, when you look at third grade test scores, one thing that I've learned is those are indicators. Those are predictors, statistical predictors of what direction a child will go in their life, right? And I tell people the three most expensive things government funds: we educate, we incarcerate, we medicate, right? And so education, incarceration are major funders. I believe if we don't invest in children earlier and create more opportunities earlier, we can fund the education, and if we don't do that, we could be funding the incarceration or people who are living on government subsidies and support later in life. So I'd rather focus on a third and fourth grader than a 30 or 40-year-old. So the twig bends, the mighty oak grows. So you look at a child as a twig. It's easier to take a child when they're 3, 4, 5 years old and correct them so that they grow up straight and strong. But once they're grown, you can't move an oak once it's grown and fully developed. And that is why funding education and supporting charter schools is paramount in my education plan. I'm a big believer in dual enrollment. I never thought about dual enrollment programs until my kids got to high school because it wasn't impacting me as a parent. I have 2 teenagers in high school right now. And one of the things that I've learned is for a lot of families, dual enrollment programs provide opportunities for kids who have the inclination and the capability to want to knock out as many general education requirements prior to college. My niece, who did not need this but was very good in high school, graduated with 2 years of college knocked out before she stepped foot on campus at University of South Carolina. I have talked to a number of folks in the education arena, and what they've told me and what I've learned and what I've seen is that South Carolina has a dual enrollment program, but compared to North Carolina, it's a dirt road compared to North Carolina's 4-lane highway. Our dual enrollment program is not equitable. It's not in every school district. It's not universal. It's not equally accessible to all charter and public school districts. And so one of the things I like to focus on is expanding opportunity by beefing up our dual enrollment programs and having charter schools be a part of that. I was talking to a technical college president recently, and he told me, he says, Alan, how many kids do you think we turn away every year for applying to technical colleges? I said, I don't know. He goes, about 4,000 to 5,000 statewide across all the technical college campuses. And I said, my goodness, that's crazy. I mean, why is that? And he says, well, I can put 35 kids in an English class. I can't put 35 kids in a welding class. Half of them come out, missing a finger. He says, there are opportunities for kids to go into to be a mechatronics person, a red tech, a med tech, a rad tech, an oral hygienist, a paralegal, a coder, a welder, a commercial truck driver, or something else. And he goes, a lot of these kids we're not funding technical colleges or partnering with technical colleges in the school systems as much. And so we can bake a lot of that training into kids earlier in their high school career. And so these are some of the things that I have begged, borrowed, and stolen, the ideas that is, from people who live out in the arena of education. So for my charter school friends out here in the audience, what I want to offer to you is this. As I run for governor, I have ideas about what I want to do about investing in technical colleges, about investing in dual enrollment programs, focusing, and I agree with what Superintendent Weaver talked about kids in early, with reading comprehension and math, earlier, investing in them earlier and across all school districts. One of the things I will not do is I am not going to turn my back on charter schools. Y'all are a necessary component. And so as I run for governor, I view charter schools as for those of you that golf, you can't play, when you play the game of golf, you're nodding, so you're a golfer, okay? You have a bunch of different tools, clubs in that golf bag, and some of those clubs are incredibly important for depending on where you are on the fairway. Charter schools are one of those clubs, and if you take it out, if you take the putter out of the bag, right? If you take the the 7-iron out of the bag, your golf game is going to suffer because it requires all tools. I'm an all of the above kind of guy when it comes to education, right? And so I want to, and charter schools to me are every bit as important as regular public schools, as religious affiliated schools, as home schools, any other schools. And so I'm committed to working with all of you. This is what I would offer to all of you. And I have to catch a plane I have to board a plane in about 45 minutes, so I'm going to go quickly. This is and I'm going to have some Q&A too. I'll give you a minute or two for Q&A. I'm here today, not for a one and done conversation. This is the movie trailer, okay? I want you to watch the movie trailer. If you want to continue to have a conversation with me as I campaign for this office of governor, I would like to take you with me on this journey and have you be a partner. Whether you're supportive of me or not, I want your ideas. And I want to weave them into the agenda that I have for education, because you will forget more about how to administer a charter school than you will forget about it more than I will ever learn about it. And so I need you as part of my education team. I'm here to learn, I'm here to support, and what I would offer to you is this. If I'm elected governor, one of the things that I would want to do, and I will commit to this, is that every single year I want to have all of you, I want to host an education summit where the leaders of the charter school districts of South Carolina can participate and tell me what your legislative and funding priorities are that year. We will do this sometime in the early fall so that the governor's budget and the governor's priorities will reflect your budget and your priorities. I don't want to wait until January when we've already met. We got to start baking this cake in the late summer, early fall. And I want to make sure that while I have ideas of things that I want to implement as governor, I want to know what your ideas are so that I can factor those into our education plan each year. So with that, I'm going to say this. I began with this and I'm going to end with this. I'm not just here to tell you what I want to do and what my priorities are. I have already told you that. I'm also here to learn what your priorities are and what your ideas are, because those may become my priorities as well. I'm happy to entertain those questions. There's three kinds of people in here. Those who have already maybe said, hey, I want to vote for that guy. Well, for those of you that have already made that decision, thank you. I appreciate it. Some of you are like, I don't know enough about any of the candidates, including Wilson, so I'm going to stay on the fence. I understand that. What I'm asking of you is just the opportunity over the next 8 or 9 months to earn your trust and earn your vote. And finally, for those of you who said, I've gone with another direction, that's fine too. That's how these processes work. But if I'm elected, I would invite you to then join the team and help educate me on how I can better serve you as your governor, and that would be my offer to all of you. So I'm happy to take a few questions right now, but again, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be here before I have to fly out of town. It's great to see all of you, and please come up and ask a question if you have it. I answered all their questions. Everyone's completely satisfied and happy. Thank you.
I've known this family for more than 40 years. I can just say that Alan and his entire family are so dedicated and committed to the state of South Carolina. And they want what's best for our kids. They believe in our kids. They're public school people. And I can tell you won't find a man of better character. I've served with him in the South Carolina Army National Guard, and he's a man of the highest integrity. And Alan, I can't endorse you, but I can just say that if we want a friend in the governor's office that's going to really listen to our priorities when it comes to transportation, facilities, access to bonds, when it comes to defending our per pupil amount, I know that Alan Wilson will stand guard for us. So let's give him another round of applause. So you're all too familiar with this, Alan.
Oh, no, I got one in the car for you.
I gave him a challenge coin from the district. Let's get a photo.
Can you have her text that to me, or text it to you?
Yeah.
By the way, if you're interested, Chris has got my cell. I think Brad Henry's got my cell. If you want my cell phone and want to reach out to me, I know that's dangerous, right? Giving out, and it's my personal cell phone. Yeah. If you want me to come and speak at your charter school or at your Rotary Club or at your home with a group of people, or if you just want me to come to your office and take some ideas and constructive criticism is always welcome too. But just give me an alternative answer. I'm happy to hear it and I'm happy to run with it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, General. Safe travels to you. Let's move on. We're going to visit next with Brandon Montgomery, who is a really, really dynamic guy and someone we've been looking forward to having here to speak with us today. He's a youth advocate, a founder of the nonprofit Forward and Beyond Outreach, where he spent over a decade empowering students through mentorship and leadership and social development. He's worked with nonprofits. He's served on the board of the Bold Leadership Network. He's an ambassador for Zumba for Education, done all kinds of great things, and we're so proud and thrilled to have him here with us. So let's not waste any time. Welcome to our stage, Brandon Montgomery.
All right, and a smattering of applause hits the building. All right, let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. I know, oh, thank you, more applause. I noticed some of you were listening intently to what the speakers had to say, and now is your turn to actually say something. Now, as I get started, typically everywhere I go, people have been sitting and they have been just looking at other people and listening to what they have to say, and your mind starts wondering. I have a 7-year-old. He is in the 2nd grade. And he is a very smart child, but there are times when the teacher may be talking and his mind starts wondering. What did I do last night? What am I going to eat later? What are we going to put on for dinner? When is this going to change? If somebody changed the temperature in the room? There's so many different things going on in your mind. Right now, before I get started talking, I want you to talk. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to tell them one thing that you are really proud of? Now, in a room like this, I do this typically, especially in rooms full of leaders, because a lot of us, we defer to everybody else and the people that work with us and for us and around us, and we want to make sure that they're uplifted and they're good. But I want you to look to the person to your left or to your right, and just for 2 minutes, just tell them something that you were really, really proud of, something that you were a part of, something that you took the initiative to start, whatever that is, and go ahead, 2 minutes right now, and just tell them something you were really, really proud of. 1, 2, 3, go. About 1 minute, 1 minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you realize what just happened. Just by you connecting with the person next to you and talking to them about something that you're actually proud of, because everybody in this room, we can find the problems. That's not hard. We can find the issues. We can find the things that we're not happy about. We can find the things that we have an agenda about and we're upset, and we're going to fold our arms until somebody talks exactly about what it is that we care the most about. But you can also find what's right in the world. You took a moment to just simply greet the person next to you, talk about something positive, something you're proud of, and you literally, within 30 seconds, changed the entire atmosphere of this room. The last time I was here, I talked to the leadership team here at the district office, and I talked about the state of mind that you're in and how it affects everything that you do, from your physiology to the language and the words that you use, as well as what you focus on. I have a question for you this morning. What are you focused on? And is it getting the results that you want? Because sometimes we can focus on something so much and miss everything around us. Right now, I need everybody in this room, I need you to find something that is red. Focus on it. Find something in the room. It could be anywhere in the room. Focus on it. Find something that is red. Find it. Look for it. It could be the person next to you. It could be on your shoes. Find something that's red. All right, you got it? You got it? All right, close your eyes. You see that red? You see it? All right, with your eyes closed, tell me something that's green in the room. I said with your eyes closed. Somebody open their eyes. It's not that, open your eyes. It's not that green wasn't in the room. You just weren't focused on it. Some of us in this room, we have something that is consuming every single ounce of our day, our thoughts, because we're so focused. And don't get me wrong, focus is good. But there needs to be balance in our focus. There needs to be balance in what we do. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time, because everybody in this room is a leader. Let's just go ahead and acknowledge that. Everybody in this room is a leader. When was the last time that you felt alive as a leader? Not just the title, not just the responsibilities of what you have to do, not just the busyness of being a leader, but when is the last time that you actually felt alive and you were doing something that you were so proud of? That's why I had you say something that you were proud of. Well, can I remind you that going from good to great to best, it's not just about being a leader. It's not just a cool, catchy phrase, but it's about continuous progress, ladies and gentlemen. I was in Houston, Texas, and I started an organization called Forward and Beyond. And the name is very strategic because I was already working for a nonprofit. And I was helping students in some of the worst areas in Houston, Texas, Southwest Alief to be exact. And this is a school district where middle school students would come out of school and they would see all of the different prostitutes walking up and down the streets right next to the school, right next to the street by their school. Some aunts, some older sisters, some of their mothers. This is what was happening. And some of the things that we were talking about in the program that I was involved in before, it just did not meet the needs of what these students were actually facing on a day-to-day basis. One of the students couldn't even come to my program because there were 12 murders in her neighborhood in the last 3 months. And her mother said that she cannot go to any after-school program. She has to come straight home. And so I was like, this is cool what we're doing, but I don't want to just pat myself on the back and say that I'm doing something for the community or I'm helping people because I'm a mentor. I actually want to create change in the lives of the people that I'm called to. Everything that we do, every experience that we've had, it should lead to something greater, not just for yourself, but for those that you were called to. Every single one of us, we have beliefs in different things. And I'll tell you right now, a belief is nothing more than a feeling of absolute certainty. That does not necessarily mean that it's true, but I believe this, I believe that. You believe in what you believe in for various reasons, but it's a feeling of absolute certainty. But may I suggest to you that a belief is a poor substitute for an experience? That is why you'll have different middle schoolers and high schoolers believing that they no longer need to be in this world, and the suicidal ideations come because not being here is less painful than being here. But they haven't had enough experiences outside of what they currently are facing or have faced to tell them otherwise. Some of you in this room, matter of fact, everybody in this room, if you were under the sound of my voice, you have survived every single one of the worst days of your life. You have. Think about it. The worst days of your life. I'm talking about the days you didn't want to keep going. You didn't want to that was it for you. I'm good. I'm done. But you grew from that. You learned from that. And you're in this room for a specific reason, not just for the Leaders Summit, but you were called for a reason and a purpose. And today we're going to get into just a little bit about that and what that looks like. Now, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the secret to happiness is not wealth. Don't get me wrong. We could all use a little more. I noticed something, too. All of us in this room have something in common. None of us won that $1.8 million Powerball. Anyway, the secret to happiness is progress. Why is that important? Because everything you do in life, we're supposed to keep progressing. We're supposed to keep moving. A child was not designated to stay in the 3rd grade their entire life. An adult was not designated to stay in whatever space they're in right now their entire life. Wherever you are, you've grown, you've sacrificed, you've done so many things to get there. But you're not supposed to stay there. We always talk about the next level, and a lot of times I'm talking to students, I want to get on the next level, man. I want to do this. I want to do that. The next level is not a title. It's not a board position. It's not a certain amount of wealth that you can attain. You know what the next level is? It's who you're becoming as an individual and as a person. And what you're doing with that individual and that person that you're becoming, how are you connecting that to something that's so much bigger than yourself? In this room, we have so many different people. Everybody in here, you have a specific job, you have a specific task, you have specific responsibilities. Some of you encounter different issues as you are going throughout your day with those jobs, those tasks, those responsibilities. Some of those issues may not be due to you. It may be to somebody next to you, or maybe somebody that you're working alongside of. However you decide to look at it, are you progressing because of it? Is it making you stronger? Is it forcing you to see outside of your preferential way of how you do things or how you would do things in order so that you can get the common goal of how can we grow and reach the intended target or desired goal for whatever it is that we're doing? Progress is the secret to happiness. Have you ever felt stuck in life? A lot of times, a lot of students, they'll feel stuck because they start looking on social media and they'll see what somebody else does, or they start looking at what their parents have as if they're supposed to have everything their parents have. That's a strange concept. I have an older son, and he wants everything that I have right now. Every time I buy a pair of shoes, Dad, can I have your shoes? No, you cannot, son. Dad, can I have that? No, you have to work for it. And a lot of times we don't like to work for things because there's an emotion of feeling stuck that we feel, and it's really just leading to a lack of progress. You were designed to progress. You were designed to move forward. You were designed to reach heights that you probably never even imagined. And yes, you may have experienced some great things already. Yes, you have been entertained with the idea and the thought of more to come. But may I suggest to you that everybody in this room, you have so much more inside of you. So much more inside of you. And the ultimate goal is to progress. Not just for you, but you attach yourself to something bigger, and it leads to a higher purpose. Growth creates purpose. When you grow, you have something to offer. When you grow, you give people the ability to say, hey, I have a little experience in this area. I would love to share this with you. I told you earlier, a belief is a poor substitute for an experience. The reason why a lot of us in this room are where we are today is because of the experiences. Now, yes, we've done some things right in the world, and that has allowed us to achieve certain heights. But some of the reasons why we're in this room is because of some of the mistakes that we made. Some of you are laughing, but the mistakes help us to grow, and they give us more in our arsenal so that when we're connecting with others, when we're talking to others, and we're building with others, this is something that we can use. And people say, you know what, I actually can resonate with that because I've been through that too. A lot of times when I'm talking to mentors, a lot of them are nervous about going into schools. Now, I preferably like middle schools. Let me tell you why. Middle schools, to me, are the black hole of the educational society. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't act like you don't. Because I've noticed this. I have a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old, and there's so much involvement in elementary. If it's not from the parents, sometimes it's from the grandparents. I notice, depending on where you are, there will be people eating lunch with their kids. Don't have a program. Oh, my goodness. You will be up there singing the Star Spangled Banner, and you will have your entire family up there just clapping for that 7-year-old like they just sung at the Super Bowl. There's programs for elementary students. There's programs for high school. Now, you know, high schoolers, you get a little older, you're feeling yourself, you may be playing sports, you may have a job, you may have a boyfriend or girlfriend, so I'm booked and busy in high school. But middle school, that's that weird age, that time frame where first-time crime is happening. First-time drug use is happening. All these thoughts, puberty, parents just don't understand. A lot is going on in middle school. And when I found out that over 7,000 students are dropping out of school every day in this country, what happens is in middle school, they mentally check out, and then in high school, they actually drop out. That middle school age is a pivotal time. And so what I like to do is I like to get middle school students and talk to them about who they are, but also who they're going to become. I talked to a buddy of mine. He's here, one of my college roommates. He is doing some amazing things in the world of technology, and we were talking about how when we were younger, our parents didn't really teach us how to choose a mate. And we were having this conversation because we were talking about so many young kids and what they're doing and how they're choosing boyfriends and girlfriends and all these different things. And we never teach students to choose for where they're going. A lot of people pick and make decisions based on where you are right now. Earlier, I talked about focus. Are you just focused on where you are and what the problem is? Are you thinking about where you're trying to go? One thing I can tell you about problems and issues, problems aren't permanent. They happen, they come. Different things go on in our lives, but problems are not permanent. You are the one that dictates what happens. You are the one that dictates how this problem affects you. You are the one that dictates how you grow from this. I tell students all the time, every single day you walk in with a blank canvas, a blank t-shirt, a blank piece of paper. And what happens is you're supposed to walk in with a pen and be able to dictate what your day looks like and write how you want your life story to go. But as soon as somebody says something to you or they do something to you or you see a problem or an issue, a lot of our students, they just shut down. The mental and emotional capacity to function when people are saying things and doing things to you, it just gives you an opportunity to just say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. Not thinking that this is going to be something that they're going to have to deal with for the rest of their life, but they make that moment so grand. What is a grand moment in your life right now? What is something that you've allowed to consume you or take over your thought process, your focus? Could it be that that moment is simply an opportunity to learn, to grow, to build, to become the best version of yourself possible? I told this long story last time I was here about being in a beautiful state and sometimes what that takes, but I didn't talk about how everything that comes against you to take you out of that state is going to happen. A lot of times when you're listening to a preacher talking or you're hearing somebody say something, you're like, oh my God, that is such great information. We were talking this morning, a gentleman and I, about how when you can hear information, the access to information is so powerful, right? It's powerful. We used to say knowledge is power. But what we're really starting to understand is the application of that knowledge is really the real power. There's a lot of smart people in this room. It's a lot of people that have gone through and been through some things that if you were actually to tell a person next to you, this happened to me, they wouldn't believe it because you're standing here and you don't look like what you've been through. I'm looking at a room full of people that have had experiences and you don't look like what you've been through. Now, if you don't choose to grow, there will be forces in your life that cause you to grow. And typically, for me, I can't speak for you, one of the greatest forces in my life that causes me to grow are problems, or what people see as problems. I talk to people about hurricane season. How do you view it? How do you see it? Is it something to fear? Is it something to worry about? Is it something to prepare for and to be ready for? In Houston, Texas, when we had Hurricane Harvey, I saw people lost their entire home. I mean, you drive through neighborhoods and everything on the first floor was sitting out on the front. And I've asked my wife, I've asked other people, I've said it when I came here last time, why would people put themselves in a position where they live in a flood zone, where they know that if it rains a certain amount of time, this is going to happen to them? Because they conditioned themselves to say, this is my home, this is where I live. You see it all the time on the news, on the Weather Channel. People are saying, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. And people are saying, I'm not leaving. This is my home. And it's so easy for us to say that to them, but what happens with your emotional home? When there are certain forces and things that are causing you to grow, causing you to move, causing you to go higher. And we're still saying, well, this is my emotional home. This is just who I am. This is how I was raised. This is the best you're going to get. When those forces are not coming to hurt you or punish you, because the first thing we think is that we're being punished. But no, those forces are calling you to something so much bigger and better than where you actually are. It's about how you see hurricane season. It's about how you see this school year. It's about how you see the budget limitations. It's about how you see dealing with the parents. It's about how you see your faculty and staff. It's about how you see the district overall. It's about how you see the government, the state, the world. You cannot control what you cannot control. You cannot control the external factors. We get so focused and so busy trying to make sense of things or trying to wish people would have done something differently or trying to get people to hear our voice or understand us, not understanding that internally you have everything you need already inside of you. But we're so focused on what we can't control and the external that the internal becomes a subset of our anger and our frustrations, and we become entitled to that pain. Let me tell you right now, pain is a very selfish emotion. Because when you're in pain and when you're frustrated, all you want is that pain off of you. They don't get it. They don't understand. Maybe they weren't designed to get it. Maybe they weren't designed to understand. And we're so busy avoiding problems, but problems are a part of the path. Problems are what's calling you to grow. Problems are what's calling you higher in the world. And I get it. The world is not full of problems, but when they arise, we shouldn't be so stuck in where we are that we can't believe this happened to us. No. Take the invitation, because last time I checked, the greater the enemy, the greater the hero within. You would never want to watch a movie where your favorite superhero just wins every time. The things that make those movies great are the fact that they have something that they're going against and that they have to overcome. My question to you right now is, what is it that you have to overcome to make this the best school year possible? What is it that you need to face head on? What is it that you need to believe in so that you can be the person that overcomes every single obstacle thrown at you? Because they're going to come. They're going to happen. It's inevitable. Earlier, I asked you to focus on the color red, focus on the color red, focus on the color red. And as soon as you closed your eyes, I asked you now, how many of you saw the color green? It's not that you didn't see the color green, it's what you focused on. May I suggest to you that you're not just experiencing life. I hear so many people, I do a lot of work in Title I schools, and a lot of people say, well, this is just what our family, this is just what it is. This is just how it happens. This is just my plot in life. This is how it goes. You're not just experiencing life. You're only experiencing the life that you focus on. What is your focus today? And are you grounded in what you're focused on? And is it set on something that's going to take you higher? Or are you just allowing everything around you to dictate your attitude, your behavior, your effort, your energy? Now, I get it. School, purpose, passion, family, kids. This is a busy world that we live in today. And it's hard to pick and choose what to focus on and when to focus on it, right? But you have to be grounded in who you want to be outside of what is going on around you. Let me break that down. I never thought about having a personal mission statement. I never thought about who I was outside of what happens to me. I've had different things happen to me, and I realized, this is just me about myself, depending on what was happening to me, good or bad, it dictated my mood. It dictated how I saw myself. It dictated how I saw other people. For instance, when somebody was doing something hurtful or frustrating or painful or I didn't agree with it, it dictated my mood. And based off what happened, I want to be more respected. I want people to hear my voice. I want things to change. There were so many different external factors that I based who I depended on, there are so many external factors that I was depending on to help dictate who I was. And then I sat down and I thought about it. I thought about the things that mattered to me. I thought about what I wanted my legacy to be. I thought about, like, if I was to leave this earth tomorrow, what will people say? I thought about what I wanted my kids to say about me. I thought about so many different things, and I started to slowly forget the external factors of what other people do and what other people say, or what they don't do, or what they don't say. And I realized I no longer want my life to be based on the thoughts, views, and opinions of others, because everything at that point is external. And I'm depending on them to be who they're supposed to be in order for me to be happy. I'm depending on them to do X, Y, and Z in order for me to be the type of person that I can be. Now I'm ready to go because everything around me is good to go. No. I want to be a man of growth. I want to be a man of love. I want to be a man of impact. And that has to come from in here. And I started to realize I needed to focus differently on myself, but also what I want to leave this world with. What do you want to leave this world with? Now, I believe that everybody in here, your best and brightest days are still ahead of you, and we got long life and vitality, and nothing's going to happen. But in the event that something happens one day, what will people say about you? What did you focus on? What did you help others focus on? We have schools in this country right now that are going through some traumatic experiences. Just recently, we've seen on the news all the different things that are happening. People want to feel safe. Not just physically safe, but mentally and emotionally safe. Students want to feel like they belong. We talk about our communities and our school community and our actual communities that we live in. But how many of those people in that community feel like they're a part of that community? They want to belong. They want to know that. And then learning. I think if we get the other two right, learning is a subset of that. I have a safe place that I feel like I belong, and I want to learn because I feel like I have everything that it takes based on what people are telling me, based on how I already emotionally feel when I walk through those doors. There's so much out there for us. There's so much out there for them. But our focus and the life that we focus on is going to have a lot to do with that. Now, it's funny because I put this slide up, learning, belonging, and safety. You would never even look at what's at the bottom of that slide. because I wanted you to see that learning, belonging, and safety are more important than the stats. A lot of us, we look at the stats, we look at the news, we look at what's going on around us, and we're like, man, we got a lot of work to do. This is hard, this is tough, this is not gonna be an easy road. No, it's not gonna be an easy road. But you get to dictate what that road looks like based on your focus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is something that I'm really excited about. I had the opportunity to meet none other than Tony Robbins. He and his wife invited me and my wife to a couple of their seminars. He has something called UPW, Unleash the Power Within. Then he had another seminar that we were a part of. And I told him, I said, this is something that I need to share with other people. He's like, go ahead, take it, it's fine, it's fine. So this right here changed me. And a lot of times when I'm talking to principals, when I'm talking to parents, and especially when I'm talking to students, I can already dictate where they are based on assessing this right here. Certainty. Everybody wants to feel a sense of certainty in this world, whether that's where you work, whether that's your family, whatever it is. You want things in your life that you know are going to be certain, right? You know that because we have a lot of uncertainty. So you want some things that you know are going to be certain, you're confident about. Now, I'm not too confident about my golf game. There are days, anyway, we'll talk about that later to all the golfers in the room. All right, variety or uncertainty, right? That's the things where, okay, you don't want everything to be so systematic, right? So, hey, honey, let's throw a trip to Cabo in there. All right, let's go do this over here. Let's go have date night over here. Hey, let's go do this with the kids this evening. You want to do fun things outside of just the things that you know are systematic. The next thing is significance. Now, a lot of people want to feel significance. They want to feel like they're important. They want to feel like they belong and they add value to people and lives and all those things, right? The next one is connection or love. All of us want to feel connected. All of us want to feel love in this room. Our students want to feel connected. They want to feel love, right? That's very important. Growth. Growing is an essential part of progress in who you are and who you're becoming. And the last thing is contribution. What are you giving? What are you leaving behind? Now, here's where the problem comes in. When you look at these right here, you may start to think about on your campus, which one of these is underserved, right? Now, somebody told me, I asked them, what do you think the most important thing on here is? And she said, connection and love. I need connection and I need love. Well, if you're basing everything you do off connection and love, which connection in and of itself is not bad, but some people are willing to do anything to get connection and love. And so some of these will start to fall by the wayside because all you want to do is be connected to others and feel love. Case in point, I had a student that would constantly tell this story of some things that happened when she was a child with her father, her mother, and her brother, and growing up in foster care and some of these other things. Now, this is her story. This is a true story. This is her life, right? But what I found was she told me that I noticed every time I tell that story, people feel sorry for me, and it makes me feel connected to them. And so I keep telling the story because I'm seeking that connection and love. And every time I say it, even though that's not my life right now, and I'm doing so much better, and I'm not living that life anymore, I still feel connected to others. Then there's other people that want to be significant. I want the promotion. I want the raise. I want this. I want that. I want people to see my value. I want them to see how good I am. But they're not focused on the connection part because they just want to be connected in a way that makes them significant to others. Let me tell you the two that matter the most on here: growth and contribution. That's how you really live a successful life where you're progressing and you're doing everything that you know you can and need to do because you're concerned with growing first. You're concerned with contributing to everybody else. And so the certainty, the variety, the significance, and the connection all come from your growth and contribution. Now, when I first put those up there, I know a lot of people started looking at those, but here's a question that I want to ask you personally, because your personal growth is connected to collective growth. As educators and leaders, what you do personally affects people outside of just yourself, right? So you don't necessarily have to turn to your neighbor because I want to make sure that we're good on time, but I need you to think to yourself, which two of these needs drive you most as a leader? And be honest with yourself. I know I said that growth and contribution should be but when you first saw that, what were you in need of? What were you in a deficit of? What were you focusing on? What words stood out in your mind? Because they're not bad. They're not good. It's just what we do to get that significance, that certainty, that variety. Spoiler alert, contribution and growth will give you everything you need, not just for yourself, but those connected to you. Good, great, best. He said it. He said it. Mr. Superintendent Neely said it. He said, good is we're meeting the standards. That's stability, right? That's we have the systems, we have the norms in place. Great, innovative. We're growing. We're meeting the needs, but then we're adding more to that. Best, purpose-driven leadership. You're not just a leader because you did all the right things. There's a purpose and a reason for you to be in this room. You are a purpose-driven leader for a reason. Do you want people to say, you know, the school my child goes to, it's a good school. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But then it sounds a little better when, you know, I work at such a great school. I mean, it is great for me. It is great for the students. That's even better. You really want somebody to say, you know what? The school we put our child in was the best possible choice we could have put them in. When I was applying to different jobs and I went to different schools to interview, I am so glad I'm at this school because this is the best choice that I could have made. This is one of the best school districts in the country. That's what good, great, the best is. And the precursor to that is progress. Progress. Individual progress leads to collective progress. How are you progressing right now? What are you doing? What steps are you taking? What distractions are you avoiding? What people are you bringing close to you? How are you moving in the right direction so that you can go from good to great to best? Everybody in this room, you have it. You have it inside of you. And I love this mantra, kids first, right? When I was talking to Brad, we were talking about some of the things that you guys will be talking about today. And every decision you make must orbit around the students that you serve. Every single one of them. I know a lot of you in this room, you've heard so many different things. You've seen so many different stories. You've been a part of so many different meetings and assemblies and conferences and professional developments. But think about you on a personal level every single day, what you do. Is your mind and your heart centered and focused around the kids that you serve? Not just meeting the status quo, but making sure that somebody has a better tomorrow because of what you invested in today. What are you willing to give up in order to help someone else go up? It's about pulling as we climb, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you've already seen a certain measure of success. Yes, you are successful. But every single child that is a part of every single school in this district deserves to be successful as well. Whether they come from the wealthiest family or they come from a family that is in poverty. Access to social capital and people such as yourself that are fighting for people that you'll never even meet or ever be able to say thank you because of the work and the energy and the effort that you put into it, that's what really matters. That's how you really go from good to great to best. And those 6 needs, once you do that, you'll be able to not only meet those 6 needs for yourself, but for your staff, for the families you serve, and the students that you serve as well. It's hard to feel good, ladies and gentlemen, and it's easy to feel bad unless you choose progress. It's a choice. Every single day we wake up with those choices. And you have a choice today. No matter what you are facing, no matter what you are going through, professional or personally, you have a choice to say, finally, something that has come into my life that will allow me to grow and progress, or you can allow the external factors to take over and allow you to lose focus from your purpose. What you're doing, how you're doing it, in the climate that you're doing it, you have to be called to do this. This is not just something you wake up and like, all right, I want to do this, and I want to be on the board for this, and I want to be a principal over here, and you have to be called to this work. And when you are called to something, you are assigned to something, you have authority over it. And let me say that again. When you are called to do something and you are assigned to something, you have authority. Some of us in this room, we need to take the authority back. Stop allowing the external factors and sources and people and places and things that you cannot control and you were never meant to control to be able to stop you from your God-given authority in this season and in this time. This school district needs you. These students need you. Your coworkers need you. Somebody has to be the example. Somebody has to set the standard. Somebody has to create the voice. Somebody has to be the person that says, you know what, I'll do it. I'll go. I'll step up. I'll sacrifice. I'll make sure it gets done. Not so you can get a pat on the back, but so somebody else can get a hand up and maybe a lift forward that they didn't get before. I read when I first moved here, the reason why some families are born into a certain level of poverty and never leave that level of poverty their whole entire lives is because of lack of access to social capital. When I look in this room, I see enough social capital that can change this entire state. In this entire in this entire room, if you can change this entire state, then you can start changing how the world sees things. The goal is for people to say, what are they doing at that charter school district in Columbia, South Carolina, all over the state? Like, what is happening there? They're creating a model of success. We need to go down there and talk to them and figure out what's going on. And that model of success is only going to come from one thing: the individual people that take the opportunity to say, you know what, I matter in this world, and I'm going to continue to choose progress. I'm going to continue to choose joy. I'm going to continue to choose happiness. I'm going to continue to focus on what I can control internally. And ultimately, it's going to help what I do externally. Challenge, 7-day progress habit. Choose one habit, track it down daily for the next 7 days. And then find somebody, share a win. It's so easy for us to give assignments, but we don't complete assignments. This is your assignment. One habit, just one. Just one. I guarantee you it'll shock you with what you come up with. Now, in closing as I go, I just want to say something really quickly. I understand the dynamics of what some of you may be facing. I know that some of you are board members. I know that some of you are school leaders. I know that some of you are principals. I know that some of you are just concerned about this district and you care a lot about it. But I guarantee you, what you do individually matters. And when you take that and you bring it together with people collectively and you start to implore them, you start to empower them, you start to share your stories, whether success or failure, I guarantee you all of that makes a difference. You are the difference maker. You're not just a board member. You're not just a principal. You're not just anything. You are the ones that are shaping what the next future leaders are going to be doing, thinking, and how they're going to behave. Are you leaving them with a great model to follow after? And when you're done with whatever you're called to do, will the people that come behind you be thankful for the work that you did? Or will they have to go behind you and try to figure something new out? You have the power right now. It's in your hands. When you used to play basketball, the last thing we would say was, we got next, because we wanted to play next. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your next is now. And it's your turn to step on the court. Don't let them down. Thank you so much for your time.
Good job. We're going to move some things out of the way, and then we're going to get on to our next part of the program. introduce everybody. All right, thank you so much again, Brandon. That was tremendous. That was awesome. I think we all feel like we can run through a wall right now, so that's pretty good stuff. We're going to bring up Brad Henry and Brooke Thibodeau and Brooke Bruner and Dr. Trevor Ivy. And you guys are going to moderate a little panel for us. So I'm going to hand that to you.
Thank you much, Kevin. And Brandon, thank you again for such a great speech. I've heard Brandon, I think, 3 times now speak, and I leave inspired every single time. I told him right before he came up, I said, don't do too good because I got to follow you. I got next, as you said. So I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Brad Henry. I'm the Executive Director of External Affairs here at the Charter School District. And we have a great panel for you this morning. This is the Beyond the Walls. This is the Beyond the Walls segment here at the Leaders Summit, Good to Great to Best. And what we'd really like to do is just have a conversation with a couple of people from our schools that do a really good job with advancing community partnerships and building support in the community for their schools. And they do that a number of ways. And I think the main way that they do that, I think the word that kind of is over this whole effort that they undertake is relationships. You know, they've worked really hard to build great relationships in their communities, whether it's with the public or the people within their buildings, the schools, and they do a really great job of that. And so we're just going to kind of have a conversation this morning about things that they've done and things that have worked well for them. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Trevor Ivy from Liberty STEAM. Trevor, could you just say a little bit about yourself, your background, and a little bit about Liberty?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be on stage. Good to meet Brooke from York Prep, who's going to follow me. We're coming to visit her school to learn, and I think that's key to the Liberty mission, is we're always about continual improvement. My name is Trevor Ivy. I have the honor and privilege of serving as our school co-founder and current executive director. In fact, next week, September 16th, will start year 7 for me working on the project. Hard to believe that almost 7 years ago, Greg Thompson, our school founder and board chairman, we joined forces, stood on North Main Street in Sumter, and we said kids deserve better access to opportunities, and those opportunities in our community are tied to upward mobility. We want to give our kids a middle-class ticket to a future that is waiting for them right in Sumter County. Born and bred from Sumter County and in the public school system, was a former classroom teacher, school administrator, district administrator, and am now working to bring the Liberty difference for many more years to come. So excited to be here and to share a little bit more about our story, our mission, and our model.
Thank you, Trevor.
My name is Brooke Bruner. I am the Marketing and Admissions Manager at York Preparatory Academy. I've been in my role for 12 years. Definitely seen huge change at York Prep from when I started here until now. We are proud to be a National Blue Ribbon winner, and I've also been a parent. So my kids both went through the York Prep and saw them graduate and both enrolled in college now, both with different goals and challenges individually, and seeing how our model of individualized student support and excellence has promoted my students to both reach their full potential. And so I'm a firm believer in charter, a huge advocate for charter schools, as well as just a support to anyone in our district who has questions about anything related to marketing or admissions in charter schools. So happy to help. And thank you for inviting me. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being with us. And we've got one more Brooke. We've got Brooke Thibodeau, who works with us here at the district office, does a lot of our social media, our branding, does a great job with all the great things that you see here today for the Leaders Summit. Also a rising amateur tennis star in the Sumter area. So, Brooke, tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
Yeah, so I have been working with the Charter School District for quite a few years now. I've gotten the privilege to work with Liberty on their marketing and branding, and just really get to work alongside Brad to help push our mission and vision for putting kids first, advocating for them, and helping to build that connection that Brandon was talking about earlier.
Great, thank you. And so, just as we move along, we'll have a question and answer session at the end, but please feel free at any time. We're totally fine. If you hear something that you'd like to know more about, raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. There are also the microphones here towards the front of the room that you can step up and ask a question. And so let's get right to it, everyone. So in building community partnerships, what would you say are the most successful ways that you've been able to do that? I know that Liberty has done a great job of that in a short amount of time. YPA puts a lot of effort into that. Just give us some examples of ways that you were able to come in and do that from day one.
Sure. So at York Prep, it's definitely all about relationships, like you were talking about, and so building those community relationships. We have a lot of various relationships that we've built in the community over time. With higher education, we have a huge dual enrollment program at York Prep, and so we're constantly meeting with leaders from the York County Economics Development, people from the Chamber, looking at jobs and careers and things that are coming to our area, needs from employers in our area, business development, and trying to see how we can partner with our local educational institutions to provide dual enrollment partnerships that feed right into those needs that are in the community. As our school is definitely our main focus is the individual child, and so we want to make sure that every student that graduates goes into their chosen pathways into success, and so whatever that looks like for them, so providing as many experiences that we can along that pathway to get them there. And so developing partnerships is key, and so we do that through different events that we have on campus. We do a Futures in Focus conference for our 11th and 12th graders where we bring in business leaders from all over the community, as well as Superintendent Neely's spoken at that, as well, and some of our district members to try to help give those touch points for students to maybe broaden their perspective on what opportunities are available to them and what it would take to get there in both 2-year, 4-year military careers, things like that. We do partnerships with businesses, meeting with them to say what needs exist here at your institution and what soft skills can we put in place for our students. Things like, workforce development skills or resume writing skills or professional communication skills, how to write an email, things like that they're seeing as needs in their thing. And so listening to the community, meeting with them, and having those relationships built over time has been huge in the success of our school, because as a charter school, that's part of it. We exist in relationship with our community. We rise and fall together, really, in our community, and we're a reflection of our community, truly.
I think that is a great way to segue. At Liberty, again, we're 5 years into our operation, so we're still the new kid on the block. I think what I could take my remarks and center more around is the boots on the ground approach that we've intentionally taken to really listen to the needs of our community. So you name it, we're at the Rotary Club, we're at Kiwanis, we're at Circle K, all of those civic clubs, economic development, all of the higher education institutions. So I would say that for us, that's a more traditional approach to community partnerships. I often tell our team, if we don't get out and if we don't put our boots on the ground and we don't tell our story, then someone else is going to tell our story. And 9 times out of 10, our story is not going to be told right. And I think that is the key to what we are focusing really, really intentionally on at Liberty, is that we're at a critical moment in our short crossroads of history. We have a unique opportunity to really listen to the employers in our community, because that's what our school is focused on, is project-based learning, delivering a high-quality STEAM-based education that is going to give our scholars a ticket to a middle-class job. 80% of our scholars are going to stay in Sumter, and Sumter's not a bad place to live. We've got to change that adult mindset and around what we're telling our children. And so you could get a $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year job right there in Sumter County. And so when I say boots on the ground, getting out, listening to employers like Nova Molecular, Becton Dickinson, Continental Tire, Ems Chemie, in 7 to 12 years, what are the jobs that are going to be waiting for them in that middle class ticket and spending time now to develop initiatives and to refine our teaching and learning methodologies in the classroom to center around that. It goes beyond what we've been preaching in public education for years around the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication, creativity, and collaboration. We've got to get past that. And so at Liberty, we've just rolled out what has turned into a new initiative called PATH: Prepare, Aspire, Train, and Harness. At Liberty, we're looking at everything as a roadmap. We have the awesome opportunity in the charter sector to keep these kids at Liberty for 13 years. So we got to be looking at this as a 13-year relationship with their VIPs, their very important parents, and our customers, right, our children. And so how do we meaningfully expose them to those jobs? And we're doing that through PATH. We've got 36 community partners. Why 36? Because we have 36 classrooms. We know what the jobs are. We know what the career clusters are that are in high demand in Sumter County. That's health sciences, business technology, industrial technology, and engineering technology. And so through a PATH program, we just kicked it off just a few weeks ago, where it's a year long. It started as just a 3-month initiative at Liberty, and now it's a year long. And LaQuanya Chambers, who's with us from our team today, one of the best decisions that I made was to prioritize family and community engagement in the org chart. We have our vice chairwoman of the board here with us, Cammie Chandler. We took a whim and we made some changes. And hey, where you spend $1 in your budget, that makes a value statement. And so our families and our community knowing that we are prioritizing through that. And so LaQuanya's leading the efforts on PATH, where this year our 5th graders, to matriculate to 6th grade, they have to go through the 5th grade roadmap, and hold your seats here, where PATH ends in November, where they've had 3 meaningful touch points with their community partner. So imagine a company like Ems Chemie or Becton Dickinson, where it's a 98% chance that the needle you get stuck with at a hospital in North America was made in Sumter County. So how do we bring those partners in? We match them with the class, health sciences, that's the career cluster. How do we get the teacher and the community partner to teach together? That's not rocket science. How do we get them to bring a problem that they're focused on in their career field? They're the experts. How do we bring the pedagogy? How do we expose their company's career values and give them a pathway to the job right here in Sumter? And so in November, when PATH has concluded with the project-based learning aspect, they then take the career assessment, SCOAS, and we're actually doing what an 8th grader has to do with their IGP, their individualized graduation plan, in 5th grade. That's going to be a beautiful thing. That's going to be a game changer for Liberty, because it's not the adults telling the kids where to go. It's the kids being exposed meaningfully and making a decision for a choice-filled life, because that's what we're supposed to do as a charter school.
Thank you both, and I've heard a lot of great things that you're both doing in both of your schools, 2 very different communities in Rock Hill and Sumter. What advice would you offer to a new school leader? You know, we've got several of those in the building here today. Like, you guys are sprinting. You guys are moving fast. Like, what is the one thing, if you had to start all over again, what is that first step that you would take towards building some of these partnerships and relationships?
I would say I think it's very important. I remember when I first started at York Prep, I went to our leader, and it's not our leader today, but our leader, and I asked him, I said, what makes us unique? What makes us different? What is our, and he wasn't able at that time to express that to me. And I think that you as charter school leaders, especially you as a person who is launching into this, you need to have a clear understanding of your why, of why you exist, what is your purpose, and what benefits you bring to this community. Because if you don't understand that, you cannot tell that to other people. And you have to, the goal of all of your content, I create a lot of content, I know you create a lot of content, your content is for people to be able to connect your why, your charter school, your charter, to what's happening in the classroom, to your stories, to to the actual examples of what's happening in a kindergarten classroom, in a fifth grade classroom, in a high school graduate, your why. And if you don't know why you exist, if you don't know what makes you unique, and you can't tell that without using educational words that the community doesn't understand, then no one in the community is going to buy into that. And so you have to be able to concretely communicate that in a very simple way so that people understand and they can get behind that. And by building that and starting that as your focus, you're able to build all of your content, all of your communication, all of your outreach out of your why, because you have to have that concrete understanding of yourself. And so my biggest thing would be to sit down and discuss with your team, what are our priorities, what are our goals, and how does that look tangibly in the classroom, and how can we express that to our community partners, our parents who want to partner with us, our current parents, our staff members that we're trying to recruit. How does that look, and how are we making that happen? And so that would be my first suggestion.
Oh, I was just going to, with what you were saying, I love to call that a connection statement. So it's almost like a mission statement, but it tells you what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it. And I think the thing that people miss the most is what is the impact in what you're doing. And that is going to help fuel anything that you do on social media, your website, how you talk to parents, how you engage with donors. Why we're doing it is great, but what is the impact that we are leaving behind, and who are we serving? And I think that these two schools have done a great job of putting that impact first. That is creating the connection and making people go, I'm wondering why I'm not jumping on that bandwagon of supporting that school, or maybe even looking into having my kid go there, or why am I not giving to this school that's creating such a big impact in my community?
Right, and why should they care? Really, why should this donor or this parent or this business leader want to partner with you?
Yeah, Brooke from York Prep, you got me thinking about mission alignment. Every Monday, we post our scorecard, and our scorecard, it's a big deal. It's a part of our identity. It's a part of our DNA. It's our commitment to the community that we're going to hold ourselves accountable to produce results, and we're not going to not be transparent about it. And part of that means that you've got to blast it everywhere, whether you're red, whether you're yellow, or whether you're green, in an easy to communicate, easy to understand manner. One of the areas that we are keeping score on this year, and you asked about the advice for new schools, and I know PDILA is in the back of the house. I'm watching their social media. They're going to be our ambassadors from afar. Really excited to see their journey unfold. So I know that Sharon and her team is listening, and others may be here new to the game as well. Don't shy away from being unapologetic about your mission. I think the one mistake that I made as the school leader in the first couple of years is, and at Liberty, everybody's an overachiever. We are, look to the left, look to the right, we're all overachievers. Our board chairman constantly reminds us, who does not want to be on a winning team, right? And so we want to get an A in everything. And until you outline your priorities and your goals in a very crystal clear manner, and you are very, very specific about what your team needs to get an A on, what do you need to get a B on? You need to get an A on mission alignment. Okay, we're a charter school. We're supposed to be different. We're not supposed to offer the same that's locally available. And then until we do a better job of telling our story locally, and we start to change mindsets, we are just going to be another bad actor, as my board chairman refers to, in the charter sector. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be a bad actor in the charter sector, because we've been entrusted with public dollars to change hearts and minds, because we've gone through this rigorous process of building capacity, demonstrating capacity, that we can do a better job than someone else. So we've got to prove it. And proving it starts with exactly what you said, Brooke. So if you're a first-year school out there, you can't get that wrong. Like, you cannot get mission alignment wrong. However you want to keep score on it, however you want to constantly remind your team about what the mission is, and who are you going to let deviate from the mission, which should be nobody, and how are you going to engage in peer-to-peer accountability to make sure that everybody on the boat is mission aligned, because if you're not mission aligned, then you're not feeding the flywheel. Was really excited to hear Superintendent Weaver talk about feeding the flywheel. We're reading that at Liberty. Our school leaders are engaging in conversations. If it doesn't feed the flywheel, then we shouldn't do it, right? We can't get an A in everything. We can't have a muffins with moms, a donuts with dads, have grits and graham. We can't do all of that and get an A in everything and not stay true to our mission, right? So get your mission right.
That's great, and you know, one thing I heard over and over as y'all were talking, and I was thinking, it's you know, you've really got to communicate that mission out there to not only the people inside your walls, but also the people in the community. You know, I heard a school leader tell me recently that, you know, they were trying to figure out their social media and they were trying to figure out their communication strategy, and they thought, well, you know, we'll go get some of these, you know, these Facebook ads, you know, pay for ads, and see what that does to our enrollment, and see what that does to our ability to communicate with the community out there. And they were kind of, you know, they gave it a try, and after a while, they'd spent all this money, and nothing had really changed. They hadn't added enrollment. They had not added new followers or new people that were interested in their school, and they really, you know, they took a step back and they said, you know, what is it that we're missing here? And I think it was you, Trevor, that said the boots on the ground. You know, you've got to have the boots on the ground out there in the community, engaging with all these folks to make a difference. You know, whether it's hosting community events at the school, having outreach events for enrollment, you know, interacting with the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club, the Kiwanis Club, you know, going to different events and setting up a table out front, kind of like we've got some community partners that have done that out here with us today. So I guess, and Brooke, you know, Brooke Bruner, as we were talking, preparing for this, you had a really interesting point when it comes to media and social media, and you had a really interesting strategy for dealing with the negatives. You know, we've talked a lot about the positives this morning, but what is an effective strategy? I think this would be great for everyone to hear. What is an effective strategy to deal with the negative?
So if you have been in schools since COVID, we know that COVID, the world changed on social media, because since COVID, everyone has more opinions and they feel freer to share their opinions and feelings on social media. It's like they got released from their captivity and they just feel free. So that has definitely been a challenge, especially for those in marketing who are trying to manage our brand, and we want to manage the story of what's being told about our school. How do you deal with that? And I think it's really important to remember a couple things, and I will get to your question, but I was thinking about this when you were talking, that, you know, I've definitely seen this in my role over the 12 years, that the customer has changed, the parent has changed, right? And so when I'm over admissions as well, so the parent that is coming for kindergarten right now, they were born when I was graduating from high school, okay? So their whole life, they have gotten their content, their news, their understanding of the world through the lens of social media, which is a very scary thing, right? Because, I mean, like Facebook and those launched in 2000, and most of these most of these parents were born in like 99, okay? So this is how they see the world. And so understanding how most of them are very tired of the sales pitch. They've seen it their whole life. What they want is authenticity. So they want to hear the stories, and they want to know the stories. And so what I loved what you said, Trevor, what I do as far as with negative social media, and all of us have to deal with it, it's something that happens, is a lot of times parents will go on at night, they were talking to their kid, and they heard something about something that happened in the classroom, right? And they're frustrated, or they're angry, or they've got feelings, right? And so they don't have anybody to talk to, so they go on and they post a comment or something like that. And what do you do with that information? And so our first reaction is to feel defensive, because everyone in this room puts a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into your school, right? And so we feel defensive that what they're saying is not true, because we have passion for our school and our brand. But what I do is, first I screenshot it so that I can, use it later if I need it, and then I remove it as well. But then after that, what I do is I take the time the next day, or that day if it has happened during the school day, and I just pick up the phone and I have a conversation, and I use that negative feedback as an opportunity to build an alliance or to build an ally. And you can easily do this. And I told them I've had 100% success rate on this. So if you try it and it doesn't work, I'm sorry, it's worked so far. So often what we try to do is we're like the cartoon with the boat, where like the water pops up in the boat and we try to they put their hand on it, and what happens with that negative feedback, or that water? It just pops up somewhere else, right? And so that's what happens with social media. Often that negative feedback, we're trying to stop it, but instead we need to navigate the water. We need to push it towards the correct direction as opposed to stopping it. And so what I do is I just give those people a call, and I have the conversation, and I say, you know what, Miss Jones, hey, this is Brooke from York Prep. And normally I've enrolled their kids, so they already have a relationship with me. And so I'm like, how's so-and-so doing, whatever. I just want to let you know, I saw this comment that you made on social media last night. You might not realize I manage that for the school. And you seemed very frustrated. I just want to have a conversation with you. Let's see how we can help. Like, what solutions can we put into place? Who can I put you in contact with that's going to help to solve this situation? And so by doing that, they always, at that moment, apologize. I've never had them not apologize. They always say, you know what, I shouldn't have said that. I was just mad. I was so mad at that moment. And then you just say, it's okay. I get it. I'm a mom too. We're all passionate about our kids, and you listen and you provide that opportunity, and then you provide a connection of, okay, well, now that I've heard and I understand better what you're saying, this is a person I think you should, connect with. Do you mind if I connect you with this person? And they always are like, absolutely. And you know what happens? The interesting part about that is every time I've had that conversation, that person becomes an ally. And on our social, if somebody's frustrated, they'll be the first one to say, you know what, you should just call them. You should just call. They want to have conversations with you. And they become an advocate for the mission of what we're trying to push. As opposed to us ever having to deal with them again, they realize because they felt heard, they felt seen, and they know we care about them. So we're building those bridges of relationship as opposed to coming across as negative. We're saying, you know what, next time you feel frustrated, just give us a call. Next time you feel frustrated, just give us a call. And that communicates that we care, and that's basically what they want typically. So sorry, that was a long answer to a simple question.
No, that was great. I wanted everyone to hear that, and you took a negative and quickly turned it into a positive, and you built a positive relationship with the family, and you've done that over and over and over again. And I'd like to just hear a little bit about families. You've got these relationships with your families. I keep using that word, relationships. How can you really get families to be really good advocates for your school and do some of those things out there in the community that you do it at the school level, but it's so much more powerful to have parents and students out there being advocates for the schools themselves. Like, what's a good strategy for that?
Well, you can hire LaQuanya Chambers, Family and Community Engagement Director, just a plug there. Brooke brought up an interesting point. Our customer is the number one greatest advocate that we have for our product, right? And so one thing Liberty has been very successful in, we've gotten an A in this consistently, is how we tell our story on social media. And so if we get a negative comment on our social media, I can count on both hands the number of times that has happened in our 7 years. They get a phone call from me directly, right? That is very important. I'm prioritizing my time to find out, hey, did we follow, number one, the communications tree, because we have a specific pathway for how concerns should be shared. But number two, generally, it's probably a concerned community citizen. We use a platform called POSSIP. POSSIP. It is the greatest investment of Title I funds I have ever used. And
Keyword
again,
Title I funds.
Right? We're thinking about this as a 13-year relationship with our parents. So how we teach them in kindergarten, when they first enter Liberty, right? We have 3 campuses. We serve almost 1,000 scholars from 6 counties, 17 zip codes. Everybody's coming at this from a different perspective. So how we teach our parents to handle a concern in the earliest year is how they are going to know how we're going to accept that going forward for the next 13 years. So are we going to just be negative, respond to negativity, or are we going to train them to be outcome, cause, solution focused? And so using a platform called POSSIP, getting our parents trained that, hey, you've got 6 times a year to meaningfully give your feedback. It's a big deal at Liberty. We're in the car line, we're dancing, we're rolling down the windows. Did you do your POSIP today? It's a 3-question survey that goes out on text message or by email, parents' choice. You could track it through PowerSchool. We have a POSIP council. Our board members come to the council. All voices are heard. If there's any mostlies, because the first question is, are you satisfied? We want a yes, we want a mostly, or we want a no. We obviously want the yeses, right? We want 90% of our parents to participate because we also do it for staff. And hold your seats. We're getting ready to roll this out with students. Wow. Our 5th graders are doing it next week. And so if they answer mostly or no, they get a follow-up call from our culture team, and then we OCS the concern that they're bringing to us. And so that data is tracked. It's part of every teacher's SLO. It's non-negotiable because we are in the business of delivering a high-quality product to our customer. And at times, that's going to involve crucial and courageous conversations. It could be something as very simple as, hey, I need a refund for this that was paid. I haven't gotten it yet. Or, hey, there's bullying happening in this classroom. Or you might want to ask so-and-so about X, Y, Z. And so families are our number one secret in our sauce to what happens in the Liberty Difference. All of our parents have to do 10 volunteer hours. You would say, wow, you probably get a lot of pushback from that. Nope. 97% of our parents did all 10 of their hours last year. In fact, one of the ways a parent can get their hours is to be a social media ambassador. They will be your number one greatest advocate. Get online and to put, as our parents call them, eat them up. Eat them up. Because if we don't tell our story, someone else is going to tell that story. And so social media needs to be a living portfolio. It doesn't need to be a way that you deliver communication. It needs to be a living portfolio of how your model is unique, how you're being accountable to the results that you are either giving or not giving for those tax dollars we got, and are you being transparent at the end of the day? So if social media is not doing that, then you got to change that. It shouldn't be a way that we're getting people to sign up for XYZ. That can go on Class Dojo. That can go on School Status or School Messenger. How can we use social media for all external, changing hearts and minds in the community?
Well, I'd like to change gears here just for one final question, and I know we're getting into the lunch hour for everyone. This afternoon, we heard from some elected officials this morning giving us their thoughts on charter schools and the education sector in general. I've been to both of your schools, and I've seen elected officials there, and you obviously have really good relationships with them. So I think, there's that word relationship again. What is it that you've done, and I'd like to kind of close this out with this, and then we can open it up for questions for a few minutes on anything we've discussed, but what intentional efforts have you made to build positive relationships with the elected officials, whether they're state elected officials, county, local, municipal?
You can start, or I can.
I'm trying to think of some non-traditional. So everybody's heard of principal for a day. We have director for a day. So we always prioritize a couple of spots for an elected official. Our local legislative delegation is super supportive of charter schools and, in general. And anytime we can get an opportunity to bring them in, number one, if you don't have their cell phone number, right, that's the first step. You need to get their cell phone number. Hopefully they are willing to give you their cell phone number. But they want to hear the positives, right, and not always going after the negative. Anytime we can fill their bucket, we need to fill their bucket. And so opportunities for them to come in and change their heart and their mind about what it is that we're doing. We just recently had a change in our delegation. A newcomer came to the delegation and did not know anything about charter schools. Literally said, we pick our kids. Those are fighting words, right? Those are fighting words for all of us in this room. And so, great, Keyshawn, didn't mean to drop a name, but bringing him to the school, letting him, he's gonna be our lottery clicker this year. He doesn't know it, but he's gonna be our lottery clicker. Like, those are symbolic acts that you can give to somebody to change their hearts and their minds. Because if we need them to be our champion in the legislature to get us that facilities infrastructure funding, right? Who doesn't want facilities money? right? We don't get that, or bus funding, right? And so we can get them in and changing their hearts and minds through symbolic acts as director for a day, getting them to be your lottery clicker, scholars writing them letters, sending pictures, anytime you have events that you can open it up to at the school.
Right. Yeah, we do different events, but similar, where we're just trying to bring them in as much as we can, whether it's like they came recently, where they were able to see the school and answer questions, but just having them on campus, seeing what's happening in the classrooms, allowing them to interact with the students, get photos on campus, acknowledging them online is also definitely something that you want to take the time to do, which they appreciate. We invite them to be speakers at different events, to share with our students in our Futures in Focus conference, which is we have 4 sessions that the students are able to sign up for in the mornings, and then in the afternoon they have we have a catered lunch where we have a speaker, and then they can sit and interact with those students as well during that time. And so those meaningful interactions where they're able to see the difference and be on campus. I always say, whether it's an elected official, a business partner, or a new family that's interested, or a staff member, if I can just get them to campus, they'll see the why. Because our school sells itself. It's not, though, if you've been to our school, you'll feel the difference. And so just getting them on campus, allowing them to be part of what we're doing, and feel appreciated after and acknowledged after, I think is really important.
And they love talking points, data, right? Giving them, very concrete data points. Our local representative is Speaker of the House. So, like, it's a double-edged sword, right? We can't wait to share our accountability results with him so that he can say, hey, this is what's happening in my district, right? The scholars at Liberty STEAM Charter School, high poverty, high minority, 6 counties, 17 zip codes, state average, our proficiency averages are higher than the state average, right? That's what they want to hear. So letters, cards, pictures, those are great. That's election time. But at the end of the day, they want to know that we're producing results, because they're putting their reputation on the line when we go to them and ask, we need a yes vote on this.
And I want to make the distinction that all the recommendations that you two have shared are completely free. Other than the POSIP, but even then you could do a Google form, or there's free ways to do this. I know sometimes people get hung up on the cost of things, and I think that prevents people from just getting started.
The worst decision was to buy billboards for enrollment. That was the biggest waste of CSP money ever. Geocaching, I could tell you stories. We wasted tons of money in that, when the best way to get students and to sell your message is to go to the barbershops, go to the nail salons, go to the 4K centers, and go to the grocery stores, and then don't forget the churches.
And to Brad's point earlier about the social media and paying for ads and things like that, ads are great and they have their place, but social media is just a tool, right? It's an a free advocate for you. But it's not an employee. It's not going to be the boots on the ground doing the work, talking to the parents, giving them that certainty, that encouragement, those 6 signs that Brandon was talking about. It's not going to give them that. You are going to give them that. The faces are going to give them that. And social media is just merely a way to help communicate that story and create that consistency.
And this is a great time of year to build those relationships like we're talking about. The legislature is not in session. All of your legislators are back home in your communities trying to earn a living. It's a great time to invite them to your school, invite legislators, businesses, community partners. Just try to work on building those relationships. We're happy to, any of us on the stage are happy to talk to anybody in the audience about different strategies for that, or people that we may know that may be able to help you out. So please use us in any way you see fit. Do we have any questions?
I think we're ready to eat.
Everybody's just really hungry. That's okay too. Well, all right, well, thank y'all very much, and lunch is served.
Okay, let's pick up where we left off. We had a nice break for lunch. Hope everybody enjoyed their meal. And it's time for our charter essentials. We're going to be bringing up a few folks from here at the district that are going to spend the next bit of time talking to you about some essentials. We want to bring up Susan Howard, who is the Chief of Support and Implementation. We want to bring up John R. Payne, the Deputy Superintendent of Sponsor Performance, and John S. Payne, his twin brother, the Chief of External Board Relations. So let's bring up Susan, John, and John.
Good afternoon. We get the glorious spot of after lunch, so our time here is important. Our messaging is important, 3 very different messages, but united. So I'm going to talk about a couple logistics things with you regarding special education. Raise your hand if you have no idea what special education looks like. Okay, you already got 100%. Thank you so much. I'm done. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about student growth. You guys are the experts in the room. I don't pretend to know everything about educating students and more. It's been a hot minute since I was in the classroom. But there are things that all students need to demonstrate to show growth. Agreed? Agreed. Some of those things are up there on your slide. And in the world of special education, students need to demonstrate these things on a regular basis to show they're making progress, okay? If you're an expert in special education, you want to be brave and raise your hand. Do you have, there you go, thank you guys. Do you have someone in your building who is? Raise your hand if you have someone in your building who is your expert. Okay, those of you who never raised your hands, let's talk. Dr. Lee, our new director of special education, you guys can meet with us later and we'll talk to you because we want to get you where you need to go. But bottom line, what I want to talk about is a mandate that the state of South Carolina has that we need your help in having your schools fulfill this mandate. It is nothing new. I'm not throwing anything new at you, but it is as simple as progress monitoring. Raise your hand. See, I keep on calling on you. Raise your hand if you know that every 9 weeks, progress monitoring has to happen for students with IEPs. I have my SPED folks in here. I know they raised their hand. At a minimum, every 9 weeks, progress monitoring reports have to go home to families. Not only do they have to go home, they have to be robust in their wording and specific to demonstrate growth. It can't be met the goal. It can't be needs support, still working. You have to have 3 points of data to conclude what you write. None of this is new. This has been an existing requirement, and we're seeing that schools need more support in understanding this. This has been communicated by Dr. Lee to your SPED leads in your schools. We talked about it at beginning of the year training. What we need as leaders is to you to help support your staff to make sure this gets done. So this is one of those things that is non-negotiable that really needs to happen. A great way to look at it is when report cards go out, let's send these with them. One is about standards and general ed curriculum. One is about how they're meeting their goals in their IEPs. Not only do you have to do this, but the school needs to retain records that they've provided it to families. Is that a shock? Is there a gasp in the room? Okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. So this is a wonderful reminder of what's needed. The world of special education is full of compliance. It's also full of wonderful instruction and support for students with disabilities. But this is one way schools demonstrate the wonderful work that they're doing with kids. It's also a way they demonstrate maybe something's not working and needs to be tweaked regarding those goals, okay? Okie dokie. That was painless, wasn't it? Now I'm going to talk to you about something really exciting. So Superintendent Neely had a wonderful brainchild, and I will give him all the credit for this wonderful idea. And that is, oh, I'm going to skip because I already talked about that. Whoops, I can't see that. Let me go down here so I can see. There you go. That's where I need to be. Superintendent Neely had a wonderful brainchild that I think had been developing over time, and looking at how students with disabilities can progress, get what they need, how schools can support these students, and how families can be engaged. Part of Title I, part of IDEA, part of Title III, I'm going to quote all the titles, is family engagement. And I think family engagement needs to be explored more in depthly because it's not one side, it's reciprocal interaction. And one way that the district office can facilitate this is by implementing a parent advisory council. So a couple of things have happened. Superintendent Neely came up with this idea and this concept of supporting families, supporting school leads, and understanding that we can move the needle with this population through policy development and advocacy. So I shared with you all in an email earlier in the summer and I believe you did too in February when you pushed it out, a news article in the Post and Courier, and then also in a press release that we were engaging in this endeavor. Where we are now, we have engaged Stan Davis, who is our strategic planner and a wonderful advocate for students across the state, and he has helped us in a committee develop what are the needs of our families with disabilities in our state. We have held internal focus groups. We have held focus groups with school leaders and special education leads. We've gotten a lot of input to create the foundation of this parent advisory council. The next stage is to get parent input. We have a list of priorities that the focus groups have generated that we will ask some questions to family via a survey. We have so many families, it's not really a good usage of time to do focus group-based participation. So we're going to do some surveys and launch those in the next 30 days. We wanted to update you on these endeavors. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. We do want the voices of all the different students with disabilities across our state to be kept in mind as we make these decisions. Once we do the parent survey, then we will create a bylaw system, a membership system to launch this parent advisory council. Okay, so I'm going to stay up here. John Espane is going to come up and do his presentation. I think we're going to take questions at the end, but if you have any questions about either of the initiatives that I just talked about, please make sure you reach out, okay? Thank you.
It is. Okay. I'm going to come down here a little bit for two reasons. One, I just like to be a little closer, but two, I want to see my slides. That's me, and if you haven't noticed, you are in the house of pain. Chris Deanley decided he needed not one but two John Paynes, and the only thing that separates us is his middle initial is R and mine is S. Who's the smartest guy or girl in the room today? No, I'm not. And I never want to be the smartest person in the room. Anyway, I just found this funny. Can you figure it out? Maybe we're not as smart as we think we are, but. All right, who knows Ron Burgundy? What's his famous line? I'm kind of a big deal. Well, I want to let you know you're kind of a big deal. I have been involved with charter schools now a dozen years. For 2 years, I was the board chair at Bridges Prep, and I've got a couple of Bridges friends down here today. I was the first elected board chair. I did not know what I was doing. I had good intentions, but good intentions don't get you very far sometimes when you have to talk to Eric Norton, when he has to drive all the way from Columbia and have a word of prayer with you. But it set me on the road that's brought me here. After 2 years of Bridges, I had the opportunity to come here and serve on this board for 9 years, and I think about the last 5 I was the chairman. So I've walked a mile in your shoes, and I've sat on both sides of the table, if you will. So I've got a little experience in this. I am coming up, I think, Chris, on a year of being here, being on staff. And I have had the opportunity to meet with all the board chairs except, I believe, 3. So I'm kind of proud of that. But I've been crisscrossing the state, and for the ones that I have not been able to personally meet with, I've done Zoom meetings. But I personally wanted to meet with individuals because I think that we can work together better if we've got a personal relationship. Would you ascribe to that theory? Okay. So what I want to do is kind of share with you what I have learned between my time in charter and meeting with all of you in your schools. You are the key to the success. How many board members do we have here? Who are board members? First of all, thank you for your service, and I don't mean that lightly. You get paid a lot of money. We all know this. No, seriously, you deal with a lot, and a lot's riding on your shoulders. So who the rest of you, I assume, are administrators? Can you raise your hands? Thank you for what you do. Because without you, this is all just a hope and a prayer, and it doesn't go anywhere. You're the ones that keep the trains running, and I do appreciate you. But you are a big deal. Leadership is the ability to guide and inspire others towards a common goal. What's your goal? What's the main goal of the Charter Act, as Chris Neely would ask? It's to close the achievement gap between the highest and the lowest ranking students in their grades. A leader sets a vision, motivates their team, and makes decisions that benefit the group as a whole. Not as individuals, but as a whole. Now, what is your goal in your charter schools? I just told you. It's to close the achievement gap. This comes from the charter. Quick question. Board members, how many of you have read the Charter Act? How many have done it in the last year? I'm surprised, but I appreciate it, and I congratulate you. I did, and there was a reason, and I'll probably give it again. All right, who remembers this fella? Who remembers? That's okay. Who remembers this fella? I'm old enough to remember this game, and I've played it a few times. I don't know that they ever named him, but this game is called Operation. Do you want, okay, let's assume you've got a problem with your ankle. Do you want a gastroenterologist working on your ankle? Why? It's not his job, okay? Do you want someone working on your wrist that maybe is a podiatrist, Kim Statler? Her husband's a podiatrist. I'm just yanking her a little bit. No, everybody's got their own job, and everybody's got their own lane. Stay in your lane. Now, I kept looking at this, and I was trying to determine where would I be, or where would I think you would be? I think you're right here. Type D batteries, 2 required. You know why? Because if you can't turn it on, you can't play the game. If you can't open your doors, you can't educate students. If you can't follow your charter, you're going to get in trouble. If you don't follow your bylaws and follow the Charter Act, you're going to have trouble. Turn on your battery. Now, quickly, we were talking about jobs and lanes. So, what's a board supposed to do? Governance. What does that include? You've only got a few duties. Very good. You hire a principal, you set a budget, you set policy. What else do you do? That's right. You follow the law also. Also, keep in mind that your charter is a contract. Who's that contract with? It's between the district and you as board members. Is it with the head of the school, the principal? No. It's between you, the board, and the board of trustees that sits here one Thursday every month. That's important to remember because that's why a lot of responsibility falls on your shoulders. Now, what's management or the head of school, the principal, the leader, the executive director, what are they supposed to do? Okay. Are y'all awake? What are leaders supposed to do? What's the head of school supposed to do? They carry out the directives of the board. You're the one educating the students per the policies, the budget, and the procedures that the board sets. You've got a lane. Stay in it. Now, you do work together. You have to work with the head of school to put together a reasonable budget, don't you? Because you don't know what they're spending. I have no idea what Tom Cronin's going to need this year until he comes and talks to me if I'm the board chair. So you've got to work together. One of you is management, one of you is governance, but you've got to work together. How many of you know what fiduciary duties are? What are they? Dr. Walker, what's fiduciary duties? That's part of it, yes, ma'am. Anybody else want to take a jab at it? Okay. Fiduciary duty, a fiduciary is someone who has responsibility over another, has a legal, ethical, and moral duty to act on that person's behalf. You, as board members, are fiduciaries. You have a legal, moral, and ethical duty to do what is best for who? Your school, your students. They're your stakeholders. Duty of care, attending meetings, reading materials, and actively participating. You just don't show up 5 minutes before a board meeting, because I've seen people do it. How well do you think you're going to be able to function if you didn't read the materials, you don't know what's on the agenda, and you show up 5 minutes before wondering, what the heck am I going to do today? Do your homework. Duty of loyalty, avoiding conflicts of interest, putting the school over personal gain, and avoiding the appearance of impropriety. It sounds simple, but it's easy to get tripped up. I'm not going to mention any names, but I saw one school, one leader, one board member. She was just talking to me, and she admitted that her employer had done some work for the school. I said, wait a minute, did y'all pay them? Well, yeah. Did you put it out to bid? No. We got a problem here. You're breaking a fiduciary duty. Come to find out, they're out in the middle of nowhere. They can never get anybody to bid. So her employer cuts them a deal and comes in and takes care of the building. So I simply suggested put an RFP out, request for a proposal, on your website. Leave it up there for 14, 15, 30 days, whatever's appropriate. Then you've made an effort to get somebody in here. That way, if you're ever audited and they find out you work for ABC Company and they see a check cut up for ABC Company, you're not going to have any troubles. Just simple things like that. Duty of obedience, adhering to the law, the Charter Act and FOIA. Here's something I want to mention. Most, if not all of you, are very good at posting your agendas. And when you've had your meeting and the board's approved the minutes, you post them to your website, don't you? Yeah, we all know to do that. How many of you know that you have to also do this for committee meetings? It's just not the regular meeting of the full board, it's committee meetings. If you don't do that, you're in violation of FOIA. It's the simple things that can get us tripped up and throw us in the ditch. My job as the Chief of External Board Relations is to help you through this. Your governing documents, your charter, your bylaws. We've got some schools here that have amended their bylaws. That's great. Some amendments are material, and I'm not a lawyer. Eric's around here somewhere. I'm sure he could answer this better than I could. Some are material, some are not material. We've got staff here, John's department. If you need to make amendments to your bylaws, contact us. We'll let you know how you need to proceed. We've had some schools that amended their bylaws and never told us. We've got a contract with you. Does one party change the rules without telling the other party? No. Here's one of my favorite areas, budgets. Is your state aid to classroom funding safe? What do you think? Y'all saw what happened in May. Is your funding safe? No. We think it's going to at least stay the same or hopefully go up with maybe some inflation added into it. But if you're a virtual school, you took a haircut in May. Your state aid to classroom funding is not safe. Always assume a conservative budget. Is your estimated ADM reasonable? We had one school that thought that they were going to have about 150 students, and they ended up with about a third of that. Guess what that caused? Financial problems. Unfortunately, that school doesn't exist anymore. Is your wait list current? This is one of my favorites. People love to say, I've got a wait list 500 deep. I've got a wait list 800 deep. I've got a wait list 1,000 deep. How current is it? Do you check it? Is it a year old? Is it 2 years old? Or is it maybe a month old? Be careful what you think you have because you might not have it. There's a lot more competition in the marketplace now. You've got more charters coming in. You've got vouchers. Vouchers are they're gonna put some pressure on you. People just have more choice than they did 5 and 10 years ago. Can you control your debt? We have some schools that have no debt. We have some schools that have manageable debt. I have some schools that can barely make their debt payment. We've got some schools that have in excess of $50 million in debt. And that's fine if you can service it, assuming that you're going to get the same state aid to classroom. But what happens if your enrollment drops by 10 or 20%? What are you going to do then? Then all of a sudden you've got this debt payment that you've got to make and you can't do it. And you're house rich and cash poor. Please be careful with your debt. Do you have sufficient days on cash or days cash on hand in excess of 30 days? Be prudent with your dollars. You never know when the next Hurricane Kim is going to come through the low country. Heck, you don't know if one's going to come through Greenville. Tom, this time last year we had a hurricane coming through. What's going to happen when your school's shut down and your roof's ripped off? You're going to need some cash. Yeah, you're going to have insurance, but it may take a while. You've got to make sure you've got sufficient cash. Here's my favorite topic. Is your audit going to be on time? Where's Nick? Is Nick in here? I told him I'd give him a shout out. When I was on the Board of Trustees here, we had our own audit problems, and it drove me absolutely bonkers. My background is in accounting and finance, and I've dealt with audits and financial statements most of my professional career. And we were told one thing, and it ended up being another. And then we hired Chris Neely, and we got it straightened out. But it was driving me bonkers. I had a legislative audit council and an inspector general breathing down our necks and doing audits on us because we were doing things that we shouldn't have been doing. We also found out that we had, I believe, 5 or 6 audit findings in 1 year. How can this district, with a straight face, tell you you've got to have a clean audit when they couldn't even get theirs straight at the time. We were determined to get it cleaned up. Chris brought in the right people, and now we've got a stellar audit. Your audit is due here by October 15th. The audit is the responsibility of the board members. It's not the responsibility of the principal. Principal is going to have some input in it. It's also not the responsibility of your auditor. The audit is the responsibility of the board. Please make sure it's in on October 15th or before so you don't have any findings. Have you had any findings? Findings just don't go away in 1 year. It takes a couple of years to get them off. You're not the only ones that read your audit, and we're not the only, because trust me, we read your audits. The General Assembly reads your audits too. I can assure you that they're looking over these, and if they don't think that you're handling things properly, that makes it harder for Chris and his team to go up to the House and the Senate and make arguments to increase your funding when you're not handling it properly with what you've got. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Who's heard that before? Board cohesion matters. These are just some of the things I've been experiencing and seeing over this past year. And in a prior life, I was a city manager, so I saw a lot of division with a city council. People come into charter schools, you're passionate. You're not in a traditional setting where you're doing, your 28 years. You're taking a chance. You stepped out of the main thoroughfare and you're going down another lane because you want something different. That generally, it tells me you're passionate. People can be passionate without being disagreeable. Chris and I may have a difference of opinion. Well, I work for him now, so I'll do whatever he tells me to do. But if we were two board members, I might say A and he might say B, but at the end of the day, we're going to make a decision, and we can disagree without being disagreeable. Please, 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 I have seen it before. If you have a disagreeable board, it is going to bleed into your head of school, and it's going to trickle down to your parents and into your students. What do you think those parents are going to do when they keep hearing rumors and strife and everybody griping at each other? Nobody wants to sit in that. They're going to leave. What's going to happen if they leave? Your budget goes down. What happens if your budget goes down? You can't make your bond payment. What's going to happen if you can't make your bond payment? They're going to come repossess your building. What's going to happen then? You're not going to have a school. What you do matters. I don't even have to comment on that. Teamwork makes the dream work. We've got some schools here, let me tell you, they are hitting on all 8 cylinders. I'm not going to name names, but they are doing what they need to do, and they are going to be and are some of the best schools in this state. What you do matters. When you walked in today, what do you see in this part of our marketing? What do you see all around these halls here? Kids first. It's not about the adults. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's about these children that you've been entrusted to educate. Please remember that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the other John Payne of our duo. Thank you again so much for spending a day with us, and particularly for y'all staying after lunch. I know getting up to talk about accountability after we just had a belly full of barbecue and baked beans is probably exciting for everyone, but we'll try to make this enjoyable. So to conclude this, I want to just take a few minutes to talk about accountability, specifically circling around these statements or these questions on screen. Do you know your charter? Do you know the progress your school is making towards your charter goals? How do you amend your goals so that you always have actionable goals? And then we're going to touch on report cards, data, annual reports, and the AFO. Without question, most, if not all of you, know what's included in your school's charter, but sometimes we do have a school leader that will reach out to us and ask us what it says. Your charter is your playbook. It has your mission and your vision. That's your why. It has your instructional model with goals and assessments. That's your what. It describes governance and financial operations. That's the how. And who is the who? Kids, right? Kids are at the forefront of everything we do. As Brandon said a little earlier, every decision must revolve around kids. We believe strongly that a school leader who knows their charter can make better decisions, ensure compliance, lead with clarity, and strategically advance the school's mission, which benefits kids. As we've discussed before, your charter goals are critical to illustrate the progress your school is making. When state report cards do not tell or paint a full picture, your goals certainly can. We've been asking that goals be SMART. We ask that they include strategies to meet your targets. You can, of course, use relative growth, absolute growth, or comparative. In other words, comparing your school against the traditional district in which your school resides. We also use goals for your annual report, and those are reflected in the AFO, and both of which we'll talk about here in just a few minutes. Goals, of course, can be amended. John talked about this just a minute ago, assuming and making sure that it is not to circumvent accountability. We are continuing to provide goal training with Dr. Kelly Pugh, who is a well-respected educational leader in South Carolina. And if and when you look at your goals and you are contemplating changing them, please reach out to Kristen Farmer, our Chief of Authorization and Development, and she will walk you through the steps that you will need to take to get your board's approval and then submit it to us for our board's consideration. And we'll be glad to help you with that. I also want to point out, as John also did, there are sometimes things that are material and non-material changes. So if you're doing anything with your charter, again, please reach out and let us kind of be thought partners with you so that if it is a material change, we can make sure that we're doing all our work properly. Earlier this year, we celebrated the renewal of Felton Lab Charter School located on the campus of historic South Carolina State University. During the renewal, Dr. Graddick, their school leader, shared the following Maasai question. Is Dr. Graddick here? I think I saw her earlier, maybe not. Okay. But she shared the following Maasai question. How are the children? To the Maasai people, she taught us, how are the children as a reflection of their society. When children are well, society's well. I think this quote's a very powerful one, and certainly one to consider as you think about your mission, your vision, your goals, and what you want to do and support with giving these parents choice and giving these students a high-quality education. We are recommending that you don't just have your goals and sit them on a shelf. Put them in action. Routinely conduct data dives to determine how are the children. A few of you have invited us to some data discussions with you. If you haven't and want us to be thought partners with you, please let us know and we'll be glad to set something up. Most importantly, let's talk about data. How is data informing instruction? How is data informing interventions? How do you then strategically deploy your resources to meet your students wherever they are? As Superintendent Weaver said, that's accountability as responsibility. Finally, we want to make sure, and we're urging you to talk about your goals and your academics at your board meetings, since that's what we do. We put kids first. Now, I've sent several emails this summer about accountability and release schedules. As Superintendent Weaver mentioned last week, the State Department released the test data, which is on the Test Scores website. The annual state report cards are embargoed. School leaders have access to that. And they are slated to go public on October the 15th of this year. So here in just about a month or so, we will expect them to go public. October 15th is a big day because it's not only the report cards. What else is it? Audit is due. All right, John, I got us another plug. Okay, so what we ask as you, in looking through your embargoed report card, here's a few asks. Review your data and information. Review the 24-25 accountability manual because that's the playbook that will go with the ratings and the data points that you will get when the report cards are released. If you need us to send you a link to that, let us know and we'll resend it. If after you review your data and the manual, something still doesn't seem right, please email Sarah Boria on my team and we'll coordinate answers either here or with the State Department of Education. And finally, please note that the report card data is still embargoed, so don't share any information publicly, even at your board meetings, until they are publicly available. You absolutely, though, can have internal discussions about data. In fact, we hope you are having discussions about your data, what's on the embargoed site, your assessment data, so that you can implement any instructional changes or improvements this school year for the report cards that will come out in October of '26. Without question, the quality and health of your data system, such as PowerSchool, is directly related to the outcomes that you will see, from funding to report cards. It's critical that we work together to minimize errors and really maintain data in real time. Because we've grown, we made the decision last spring to migrate our district IT as well as our PowerSchool management in-house. We are continuing to work with Canty Tech, who's been a trusted partner with us for a long time, but we have brought that in-house, and in so doing, we have already deployed a ticketing system, and your PowerSchool staff have already been have received information on how to submit a ticket. Beginning October the 1st of this year, PowerSchool tickets will need to come to the district, again, as we've previously notified you. In this migration, we have not only increased staffing, we've increased staffing expertise, and we are already working on additional resources to provide you and your PowerSchool teams. We're also working on a PowerSchool procedures manual that we hope to have out here soon. Most of it is nothing and it's very surprising. It's all State Department of Education requirements or just nuances for how we do things here at the district, given how we're organized, particularly related to PowerSchool. And we'll have more information about that as well. You may hear us repeat, level data, level data. Please make sure that your staff are routinely, daily, weekly, checking and clearing up any errors in level data. Because of the changes made at the state level, the requirements for high-quality data have been significantly scaled up so that if you have errors, your data may not flow up to the state. If you have errors, it may also prevent other schools' data from flowing up to the state. So we just ask that you continue to work on making sure that your data is clean and good to go. If you are not participating in E-Rate, how many of you have heard of E-Rate? Okay, so if you are not participating in E-Rate, please consider it. E-Rate's a state and federal program that provides funding for internet access as well as internal connections to eligible schools. When we took a look, less than half of our schools are using E-Rate at this time. So if you want more information, please let us know. It provides funding to help offset the cost of internet and internet connections. It's not going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but every dollar we save in those kinds of things is a dollar we can put in the class. As a final word on data, the quality of your data is linked to the outcomes you will see. Bad data in is going to be bad data out. So again, we encourage you to make sure that your staff have the skills and resources that they need. Your annual reports are due again on or before December 31st in Epicenter. Please make sure that you are reporting on your approved charter goals, not any other goals, but the goals that are approved in your charter. What we're asking as well this year is that you clearly specify whether you met, partially met, or did not meet each goal. As you see on this slide, it says met, and that is an absolute way if you want to use this as an exemplar. But please make sure if you say met or partially met, you keep that substantiating documentation in case anyone ever has a question. For the upcoming annual report, please report on the 24-25 school year. So we have the 24-25 school year. Report card comes out in October, reflective of that time. Your annual report's in December, reflective of that same time. All right? Unless you were in year 0 or year 1, you should have received your AFO dashboard in June. As you recall, this is our charter accountability system where we examine metrics in academics, finance, and operations. This slide again shows the metrics we include. But saying that, in the spirit of continuous improvement, if y'all have suggestions, please let us know, because we want us to continue to refine this to make this the best and best reflective of our district and the hard work we're doing. Arthur Conan Doyle's character Sherlock Holmes once said, "I cannot theorize without data." Whether we like it or not, data has never been more critical. As a small example of this, last year, right before the 135th day collection, we identified a significant number of students who were not coded correctly in PowerSchool for funding. Had we not caught these errors, we would have collectively lost hundreds of thousands of dollars as a district. Data matters. Many of you are already doing this, but if you're not, please talk about data deeply and often. You may also benefit from establishing a common problem-solving approach as you examine your data, which Dr. Pugh goes over in her training. Then let's make sure we're putting data-driven decision-making into practice while we continue to examine your core instruction and interventions. And through this work and through this focus on high-quality data and data-informed decisions, we can and we will put kids first. That's how we can go from good to great to best. Or excuse me, from good to great to excellent. Thank you. Do we have any questions, colleagues? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, team, thank you very much for that. Well done. Appreciate it. We're going to bring up our Executive Director of SCASA, Dr. Quincy Moore, and tell you a little bit more about Dr. Moore, a longtime educator here in the Palmetto State, teacher, coach, administrator, superintendent, State Department associate, and of course, an executive director. We want to welcome her up. Dr. Moore.
So good afternoon, everyone. I just want to start by saying I'm very, very humbled and appreciative to speak to you today. I've been talking with Superintendent Neely, and so he made the offer for me to come to your Leaders Summit. And while maybe my speaking is not the same as some of the things you've enjoyed this whole day, I hope there is room for just really providing some understanding about SCASA's position and maybe some clarity around what our advocacy efforts were, and just to have a conversation and talk to you and get feedback. If there are questions, I'll certainly have questions at the end, but if there's something along the way you want to ask me, please do. Our team at SCASA that went through this effort was a three-man team. Myself, Ryan Bailey, my colleague who's down here on the front row, and Sandy Smith. Sandy Smith has grandchildren in Texas, and so that is where she is right now in the off season. So it was the three of us. Now okay, good. I had a PowerPoint. Is it right there? Okay. I was going to say, all right, there's got to be somewhere where I can just a hair, just a little bit. Yes. Well, the slides aren't there. Are the slides up, Brad? Okay, just keep going. Keep advancing. They'll come. That's okay. If they're not, that's fine. We don't need them. That's fine. We don't need them. There's just a few anyway. So basically, I want to start with just really who Quincy Moore is. I am currently now the executive director of SCASA, but I am a lifelong educator. I'm not going to say the number of years because then you will realize how old I am. And I am. I like to use the word seasoned. I was a high school math teacher. and high school girls basketball and softball coach initially in York 3, which is better known to me as Rock Vegas. And then I went back to my hometown in Gaffney as an assistant principal at the high school, principal of a middle school, back to principal of the Gaffney High School. Then I went to Spartanburg 2 and worked as an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction with Dr. Scott Mercer. It's okay, y'all, I promise. Don't. It's okay. It's not worth it. The slides just say 1 or 2 words. It's not worth it. So I was there, and then I went back to Cherokee to be the superintendent. And then I worked at the State Department under Molly Spearman and David Mathis in the Early Learning and Literacy Department, and then moved to Career and Technical Education. And then I worked with Matthew Ferguson and Ellen Weaver for 1 year before coming to SCASA. So I've been and done a lot of the jobs that you have done. But I've also not been in a charter public school. I have not done that. But as with so many of our members, we had last year a little over 5,600 members. You know, we rely on our membership to help advance whatever it is that we're talking about. If it's with procurement, I've not been a procurement officer. If it's finance, while I taught math and have an MBA, I certainly don't pretend to have all the information on finance. So we bring in folks to support the different roundtable groups that we serve. And we work very closely with all of them. And our mission is to provide leadership development and support, as well as to be the voice and provide advocacy for public school students. So when we were kind of getting ready for today, Ryan looked and we talked about what are some mottos that we see across the state. And where children are always first. Look at there, magic, thank you, magic. Preparing today's students to become tomorrow's leaders. Kids first. I think you all know that one. Inspiring learners, empowering leaders. Champions for children. Every child, every day, whatever it takes. Educating tomorrow's leaders today. Committed to excellence for all students. And at the end of the day, I think everybody in this room, well, I actually hope that everybody in this room, as well as any homeschool teacher, administrator, private school, that we're all in this for the right reasons, and that's to take care of the children in the state of South Carolina. And that's what our membership is all about. And so I want to start and just maybe take you just a recap, and you know, Ryan can speak with such eloquence on the funding formula. I'm going to talk in maybe Quincy speak, because just to kind of layman's terms, and just to kind of recap that, you know, back in 1977, the Education Finance Act began. And if you think of it in maybe its crudest form, the way I would see it is there was a number of students in a particular district times the base student costs with their weightings that got to a district allocation. And long about, I think about 1999, maybe somewhere in there, then the funding for charters coming maybe out of the EIA pot, and in such a way to compensate for the fact that you don't have the ability to have a local tax base. Now, there were pluses and minuses with that system. There were problems, there were issues, there were pros and cons. And then in 21, the new state aid classroom formula funding came about. And as I would describe that, maybe kind of the inverse, where you have a pot of money that you divide by the number of students with their weightings and to determine an allocation. There's a proportional share there. There are pluses and minuses about this formula. With a proportional share, it makes it really, really hard for you to kind of know your budgeting, if you will, because you know your numbers, but with this new formula, you can actually increase in enrollment and potentially lose funding because of those around you. And one of the things that we said in our messaging was, it's not got anything to do with charter schools, it's about the formula. And that was clear in every message that we gave, because it is not about charter schools, it's about the formula. Charters are pitted against charters, traditionals are pitted against charters in this formula. And so traditional districts have been saying that there's a problem, but they really didn't know what the problem was. So what happened? There were about 14 CFOs that were meeting here in Columbia, and not for any other reason but that they share the same financial software. And so they were together, and they started talking, because by this time we're well into March, and about the funding, and about the fact that almost to one of them they were losing funding. And what's the problem? What's the issue? And so when the new money, state aid to classroom, came out, the $112 million, and I'm not talking about the large pot, I'm talking about the new money. Based on House Ways and Means, the charter districts were getting around 50-ish million for 58,000 students, which is about 7.5% of the students. The traditional districts were getting a little over 61 million, which is about 55% for 712,000 students, 92.5% students. So that was the first issue that kind of once these CFOs realized, one of the CFOs asked for a data request from the department, and they readily gave it to them, and it was all of the districts. So that at that point, that school district could see everybody's numbers. Couldn't figure out why, just that there was a problem. It also showed that 32 districts were losing money. And then that's when they came to us. That new money is supposed to cover the increase in the minimum teacher salary schedule. Supposed to. It wasn't enough money, and 32 districts were losing money. Now, some gained students and were still losing money. Some lost students and were still losing money. So I don't want to get into, because there's a lot of nuances per district as to why some of these things are more or less, bigger or wider, smaller, whatever the words are that you want to describe. But that was brought to us. And so we looked into it. And we started taking the numbers, because we're not experts on the formula by any stretch of the imagination. We started working our way in and out of the formula and realized some things that we didn't know. And so we came up with a proposed temporary 1-year stopgap solution. And please let me accentuate temporary 1-year stopgap solution. The biggest piece of that was to hold all of the districts harmless. Now, what does that mean? To not take away from where they were existing. That was clear. And y'all, I can tell you that when you try to absorb this, this is a formula that funds all of the school districts in the state. That was a piece we felt very strongly about because of our entire membership. And last year, out of the 5,600 members, charter members were about 300. So you can do the percentage. But for us, it was all of our members, and we were trying to come up with some solution to fix temporarily. Because again, I will say, a problem with the formula, not people. And you can get on one side or another. I mean, maybe you heard those percentages and you say, well, maybe we should have that percentage. Well, when you hear me say 32 districts were losing money and we're not going to be able to match the increase, which we all want our teachers to be paid adequately. And there are ways different districts could maybe solve that problem, but that's the fact. 32 were losing money. So in addition, we proposed that we run the charter school districts through the index of taxpaying ability at 0 to account for the fact that you don't get a local tax base. We also proposed reducing the weights for brick and mortar charter and virtual charter. But all of these pieces together to hold everyone harmless, not the reducing by itself, which maybe you have seen, read, or heard, which is pieces of it, but that's not contextually all of what we said. The other piece that we felt very strongly about is we proposed that they convene a study group to take a look and figure out how all of us working together, all stakeholders, to make this a better way to distribute money. So, well, let me back up, because I think this is important. So you heard me say the CFOs convened in March. So in the month of April, this 3-man team had 16 different meetings. We spoke with House Ways and Means first because they had caught wind of it from a superintendent. We met with them, and they charged us with taking our proposal to various stakeholders. So we did. And the first call I made after we left there is Superintendent Neely. And we set up a meeting, but in the meantime, we initially were going to meet with all 3 charter districts at the same time. And now we're into April. We met with Superintendent Weaver and her financial team. We met with the governor's office. We met with Senate Finance. We met with Senator Bennett. We met with House Ways and Means. We met with the House staff. We met with each charter district separately. And very transparent, exactly what I'm saying today is exactly what we said to them. And always, I didn't say this earlier, please validate our numbers. Please tell us if there is a different, better proposal. That's all we're asking, because I will not claim, nor will Ryan, nor will Sandy, to have all the answers. I'm sure there are multiple ways to skin this cat. And that's what I said everywhere we went. Please, if this isn't right, tell us. And so those meetings were going on the entire month of April. So then the conferees began to meet, and on May 21st, the decision was made to convene the study group, which I think is monumental in a statement saying, in my mind, they recognize that there are issues, and to reduce the virtual charter weighting from 0.65 to 0.50. Now, maybe you'd like to give us credit for that, but we didn't make that decision. Every decision we said had the other piece to hold everyone harmless. The numbers, as you move one goes up, one goes down. It's a very complicated situation. But that was the decision that was made. I think the fact that we're convening a study group to study it was the very big volumes for us. There are winners, there are losers, every time you make any kind of change. But that was the decision that the conference committee made. And I think they felt like it was the one, well, I won't even say that because I'm not going to put words out of my mouth that are from theirs. So RFA was charged with developing this committee, and so they came out with a survey that was that came out sometime in June, and it was due July the 7th. So there were 10 items, and some of the items were multifaceted, multiple things to answer, all about the weightings, administering, and so they sent it to us, they sent it to the department, they sent it to the School Boards Association, they sent it to all the traditional districts and the charter districts, to the superintendents and the CFOs. So I don't know how many filled it out. I don't know what anybody did other than what I will tell you we did. We filled it out and we attached a 26-page paper outlining issues and possible remedies, because by this time, we've had a chance over a month, 2 months, 3 months to really think about other different kinds of options. And where we are right now is, I don't know if Frank Rainwater and his team will take any of our suggestions. What I will tell you is we made them aware, as we did back in April with all of those different meetings. And so, at this point, I certainly, between maybe Ryan and myself, will try and answer any question that you may have, but I'll end the portion of the meeting with this. I don't know if any of you have ever worked with me, but if you have, I would hope that you could say with ease that relationships are the most important thing to me and the children. And that's what I felt like our job was, not to harm anybody, not to cut anybody's money. I don't have that authority. To bring awareness of a problem that we genuinely felt is and do is a problem. So with that, Ryan, come on up, join me. What questions do you have? Please, if there's something on your mind, I very much want you to ask. Unless I did a good job explaining, that's great.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Good afternoon, Dr. Moore. I don't know if you remember me, but I was principal at Landrum High when you were in District 2.
Okay,
and,
yes.
I have a lot of respect for you and the things you did in District 2. I still think they're following, which is a little mistake because a lot has happened since you were there, but I think you did a great job, and I have a lot of respect for you. My question is, regardless of what funding formula we get, even with extra money from the state for brick and mortar, we still fall 10 to 20% shy of what all the school districts. I'm in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and as you well know, Spartanburg and Greenville are two of the higher paying districts in the state. So any shortfall for us is we're gonna lose teachers. Yes. We're already $4,000 to $5,000 difference lower than teachers who have 12 or 13 years in other school districts, and we're struggling to keep teachers. Any loss of funds for us will destroy our ability to recruit teachers. I'm not an expert on the funding formula myself, and I don't know what is fair to everyone. I just know that any loss of dollars to our school will probably cost me teachers, which is going to destroy my students.
Yes. Ryan, do you want to just give maybe a high-level answer about what our proposal is?
Sure. That's 1,000% correct, right? Charter schools are not required to be on the minimum teacher salary, but many of you are and have to be to compete with your local districts for those teachers. And that's something that we completely recognize and included in the white paper was a proposal to functionally tie the charter school weighting that compensates for not being able to raise additional funds on top of whatever the state requirement is to a weighting that is adjustable and would not decrease any funding that you have, and depending on whatever the total amount of funding available is, would increase it over time. The weighting premise is not a bad premise. Part of the issue and part of the reason for the change from EFA to the Aid to Classrooms formula was that you were stuck at a static dollar amount. And you were stuck at that static dollar amount until your superintendent and their budget request was able to increase it every single time, and depending on what the availability of the funds were to the state. If you include a weighting, but separate, and you can do it under an EFA model, you can do it under an Aid to Classrooms model, it kind of depends, it's very important to be able to have something associated with increasing costs as you have to compete for teachers. I don't think anybody would suggest that the funds that you have available are directly enough to be able to raise those teachers' salaries and that you should receive any less funds in doing so.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for being here and for having this conversation. I think it's really important to open the dialogue, and I'm really appreciative of that. My name is Elizabeth Simpson. I'm the founding executive director of Compass Collegiate Academy in North Charleston, South Carolina. We are super proud of our most recent academic results, where we outpaced the state in our third grade literacy for SC Ready. And our teachers work incredibly hard. And I just kind of want to echo what's been said already, but being in North Charleston and also committing to matching the raise in teacher salary, which I think is important for us to show how much we value our teachers and make sure that we're competitive and we can keep our teachers. We receive about 60% of the funding as compared to the local elementary schools that are also Title I. And also paying for our own transportation. We offer our families a $20 gas card each week if they're on time 80% of the time or greater, to help alleviate some of those transportation needs because we don't have a school bus, mainly because we can't afford it. And we also pay for our own building, and as we grow and have expanded every year, we're looking to buy another building and are hopeful that we'll have a beneficiary pull through to help us do that. But I just wanted to say thank you for being here, and just to name that with that discrepancy, if there is any opportunity, to provide transportation or to provide some support for building costs, so we can try to get on a level playing field financially. I think it would go a really long way for our scholars and teachers.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
You'll pull me off if I get going too far. All right, Chris? It is my pleasure to be in front of you today as the Executive Director of Green Charter Schools, probably the largest charter school network in the state. Charleston, Irmo, and Greenville and Spartanburg. So I'm kind of a transplant here, and I think there's just two things that I would suggest we look at. I know there's been a push to have the money follow the kid into religious schools. I would suggest we apply that thinking to special needs students. Anyone who is here serving kids, we're part of a regular ed innovative school, meaning we have an identity as a charter school. And the purpose of charter schools was to create innovation in education. And Chris knows this, and everyone who's in this room knows this, but we have to serve every range of student. There's this thing, if you know one kid with autism, you know one kid with autism. We have heart surgeons. They might have 100 patients. A GP might have 3,000 patients. We have to remember that all special ed kids are not the same dollar amount. We were able in a previous life to have the money follow the kid with regard to special ed. What that does is it ensures it protects the school to be innovative and focused on its core goal to do things differently, but it also allowed the parents, the sending town, and the school of choice to all be on the same side. What we're experiencing now is parents are told, why don't you go get a fresh start at Green? Because they take a kid they had on the rolls, costs a lot of money, and we get them. And we don't have the same support. So I think the funding should follow the student when it comes to special needs. And we should protect the innovative nature of the Charter Act. We're not here designed to serve every student. We should be designed to serve, just like a school district. I think of Greenville County. They don't have a program for intensive kids with autism in every elementary school. They have it in a handful because they're such a small population. And if you're in that school, you go to the other school if you need transportation to it. Schools of choice should be one school in that school district. We shouldn't be able to provide every range of service with such a small, innovative focus. So I thank you for your work. I really appreciate you coming here and talking about it and sharing your heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one quick follow-up. One quick follow-up on that. One of the things that came in the new funding formula, the Aid to Classrooms version, was an increase in the weighting for students with disabilities, an incredible valuable thing. The feedback that we've received from most people is that still doesn't cover the cost. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for all the head nods. Yes. Great. I don't need to say anything.
Albert and Costello, I guess, right?
We have a good time.
Hi, I'm Kim Statler. I'm from Polaris Tech in Ridgeland, South Carolina, and I follow the school funding formula closely, just like everyone in this room. We recently looked at it from a business model perspective. A couple of the weights really fall short, and we put it in the survey that we submitted. But right now, there's a very small academic assistance weight that's in the formula, and we're in a high poverty, like many Title I school, with tons of academic gaps and needs. Yet that weight is very small and doesn't show up until the student has gone through 1 year of SC Ready, so it's their 4th grade year. So those years in K through 3, when we could have really closed gaps, we are not getting the resources that we need. In addition to that, and this would be traditional schools too, I would say. In addition to that, you've got a small weight for poverty. So in our district, we raise money for everything you can think of to lower the barriers for students to be able to learn, whether that's mental health, whether that's clothing, whether that's food, because a school is really like a small town, right? And you have to wrap your arms around all those needs to get to the academics. But even when we get there, the weight is so insignificant. So I appreciate the additional weight in SPED. I mean, I think it's much better than it used to be, but SPED is one category of the children that we serve that have needs. And I don't think people understand, unless you live it, like we do, all that you need to do as a school to be successful. So as you're negotiating on behalf of all of us and our district negotiates, I think what's important is the General Assembly understands everything that has to happen to change those academic outcomes in that report card.
Okay.
Thank you.
Taking good notes. There's somebody up here. Yes.
I know it goes a long way to have you standing in front of us. One of the questions I had, I'm Josh Trahan, I'm at Fox Creek in North Augusta, South Carolina. How was it decided upon the reductions to charter funding, that proposal that went forward so late in April and into May, and are we to expect a similar proposal in this year's budget?
So, sir, let me ask, are you asking about the proposal that SCASA made or the outcome that happened with the conference committee?
I guess the outcome that happened with the conference committee, or whatever part that SCASA played in that proposal that created that reform. Because my understanding was at one point they were going to take a 1 to or a 1.25 down to a 0.25 for brick and mortar schools, and they were going to remove like 0.6 from the online schools, and my numbers are probably a little off there. But how was that determination made, and should we be looking for that again? Because it would put, I know it would put us out of business. I can't speak for anyone else.
So I'm going to tag team here with Ryan, but let me go back to my comments. Before I spoke of the reduction, the first key piece of our proposal was to hold every school district harmless, meaning keeping them at the funding level that they were expecting. Now, that required taking a good bit of money off the top. That hasn't been clearly communicated in my eyes. That, along with the reduction of weightings, is how we were trying to work for all school districts for it to be successful and everyone be able to fund the teacher salary scale. They did not stand by themselves. The reduction, those reductions are very dynamic to how the whole formula works. You go up one, one goes down. So I want to be sure everyone understands, you're right, but not if you pull that out by itself. We proposed to take a large chunk of money off the top for the charter districts before, to hold everyone harmless. That wasn't what was decided. The conference committee made their decision, and I'm not going to even pretend to try to speak for them. Our role was to bring awareness. It wasn't to cut. If you take our proposal in pieces, it gives that feeling, but that's not it. The proposal was the stakeholder group, holding harmless, running you through zero at a zero level for the index of tax paying ability, and the reductions. All of those pieces together was our proposal, not one or two by themselves. Our proposal wasn't taken. But I will tell you that you could change those numbers in so many ways, and that was our message too. Please take a look at what we're saying. If there is a better way, a smarter way, a more efficient way, please tell us. Because there wasn't time. Ryan spent hours running in and out of that formula. I dare to say anybody had that opportunity because I gave him that autonomy to do. Everybody's got a job to do. So by the time, though, our proposal in the 26-page document, we have other answers about how we feel like it could be funding. Really, it's looking at it completely separate. That's a whole nother conversation, but I've told Superintendent Neely we will sit down with him and go over exactly what we shared page by page, just so he has it and can comment on it. Because everybody in here maybe had the opportunity to weigh in on that survey, so I can imagine what Frank Rainwater's doing now, trying to figure out what is the right thing to do. But at least he's got lots of things to look at, whereas we had this amount of time, and some would argue, well, maybe you should have stayed still. I didn't feel morally that we could when 32 districts were losing money. So Ryan, am I answering, or is there anything you want to add?
I think the other thing too, it's also important to consider at each phase in this process, there are different decision makers, neither of which are us. None of them are, we don't get to make any decisions. Nobody elected us to do anything. But we provide information to folks, just like you provide information to folks and should, right? Reducing the weightings by themselves is a bad idea on the whole, if you reduce it by a lot. You can reduce them by a little. The net impact when you reduce one specific weighting means that everybody else goes up a little bit. It's like a waterbed, if you think about it. You press down in one specific area, everybody else rises. So everybody who's brick and mortar in here, in a state aid to classrooms framework, ended up with marginally more than they would have had the virtual weighting not gone down. If you hold harmless, it works a little bit different. So it's important to keep in mind that all of the pieces of the different phases of the funding formula work together. So our proposal was set at 0.25 for brick and mortar, 0.25 for virtual, highlighted because we don't make that decision. It's for folks to say, you know, they need to be higher or lower depending on where it needs to fit and how much that hold harmless should be. If you set the weightings lower and the hold harmless high, it's $250 million directly to charter schools as hold harmless. If you increase the weighting, it ends up being less. So it's those two things work together as a balance. And I think that's an important thing to consider as well.
The only other question I've got, and then I'll leave, and again, thank you. The timing, was it requested of you that it comes so close to time for them to vote on the budget, or was that something y'all felt needed to go forward when it did?
So the timing, the CFOs met sometime in late March and called us in late March, and we began meeting in April. So it is simply that. It is not Yeah, I guess the decision was made to move forward with it, but it was when it was brought to us. Like, we didn't get this in October and say, oh, let's think about this for a little bit. I mean, literally the minute it was brought to our attention, we began. We began having the conversations, and as you hear me very earnestly telling you, met with everybody that we thought was in any way a stakeholder to say, that's wrong, Quincy. And that no one ever said that to us. In fact, the last meeting with the Senate group said your numbers are correct. Well, we knew they were. We got them from the department. It wasn't our numbers. So the timing is because it was brought to us and it was discovered at that point. I think other districts have thought something was wrong but didn't know what it was.
In fairness to everybody in this room, I think with the way it came out and the timing that it came out, and frankly, just getting ready to budget for the new year obviously caused a tremendous amount of panic.
Yes.
And then hurt some of our online schools. Obviously.
Yes.
So, thank you. Thank you for being here.
A question.
Good.
I did want to speak, though. First of all, I want to thank you, Quincy and Ryan, for being here. It actually took a lot of courage because you knew that you had a concerned group of school leaders and board members that are worried about their futures. They're making decisions about new buildings. They're making decisions about how they're going to get kids to school when they don't get buses from the state of South Carolina. How are they going to provide food programs? How are they going to compete with salaries? How are we going to make up the difference between the $12,000 per student we get and the $19,000 that traditional students get? And that doesn't take into account the fact that we don't have access to the bond money, that we don't get the transportation and the food programs, we can't pay for state retirement. So it makes us less competitive. We're trying our best to be innovative. We're trying our best to outperform the state, and by the way, we are, but we're doing it on a lot less. So the fact that you came here and were willing to present your case and explain what happened and take questions, I think speaks volumes about your character. And I want to thank you for sharing your minds and your hearts. I'll just say this. You know, y'all know that we're all about putting kids first, and that means all kids. And my own kids have gone back and forth between charter and traditional and private and homeschool. So I think we've got to look at the face of the child and not the adults in the room when it comes to these questions about funding inequities. But in terms of going forward, because I don't want to relitigate the past, in terms of going forward, it's going to be much better that we all work together as public education people. Because as I said earlier this morning, you didn't have the benefit of hearing this, you know, we're in a very brand new world of school choice with the voucher in South Carolina. And I'm not going to speak one way or another about the voucher. I'm just going to say that now expands more private school opportunities for families, more families to homeschool, create micro schools and all those things. And that just provides more competition. Now, we're not scared of competition. You talk to any of these school leaders, and they're the most competitive people I know. And we do it on less, as I said. But I think public people have got to work together for public children. The Constitution of this state is very clear that the state of South Carolina has an obligation to provide every child a free public education. That's it. It says nothing about adding on the sprinkles and all the other stuff so that kids can decide to go somewhere else. I'm glad we have a private market, and I believe in competition and free enterprise. But if we keep fighting, we're only hurting ourselves. And we're damaging the opportunity I think we have as public educators to do a lot more for kids and to bring more families back. And you had a great presentation at our meeting 2 weeks ago from that superintendent from Northeast North Carolina. And he said, look, guys, school choice is here. He said, we got to accept the fact. We got to be more competitive. What are we going to do? His district went out across the country and looked at every type of school there is. Charter schools, micro schools, virtual schools, even homeschool associations looked at everything. They brought all those ideas back to their public school district, and they said, okay, this is now going to be part of our formula, part of our strategic plan. They then created an entire marketing plan surrounded by that. What did they see? They saw increased enrollment, kids that were coming back to the traditional system. We're prepared to do that, but we've got to be able to stand together as public administrators and do it together. My ask is, since we're all about transparency in this room, and you were being transparent today, is that you share that 26-page document with us so that we can share it with them, just this group, so they can provide feedback to you. I would add, that's the one request I have. Are you willing to do that?
Absolutely.
All right. So we'll get that, and Quincy shares everything from every meeting, so I know she's going to do it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get that document, and we're going to send it out to all of you. And I need your feedback so we can share it with them. Is that fair? Is that fair? Yes. All right. All right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Dr. Moore. We're going to move to what we call the fireside chat. Now we're going to bring Chris right back up here, and he'll be joined with the chair of the House Education and Public Works Committee, Shannon Erickson. So we will look forward to the chairperson joining us with that also. We'll get that started. We're going to move this podium and these flowers out of the way, and we'll be right back with you.
Ready for him to be on?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
All right. Well, that's a good segue to what we're going to talk about next, and kind of get our view into the windows of the State House for 2026. And I can't think of a better person to sit down and have that conversation with than the chairman of the House Education Committee, Shannon Erickson. Shannon is an educator herself, and I can tell you there's not a bigger Kids First champion than Shannon Erickson. She's a friend of this district. She's a friend of public schools. She believes in all school choices. But today we're here to talk about, her vision of public education going forward next year, some of her agenda items for next year. I've got some topics that we'll discuss. But Shannon, I'm going to welcome you to the Leader Summit. We've had a great day of learning and networking, and we've had Alan Wilson here.
I heard he made
and
us
Ellen
stop
was
in this
here.
morning. Ellen came too. Great.
Yeah, and then you just were able to witness part of the conversation here with Quincy and with Ryan. So I'll turn it over to you for some opening comments.
Thanks, Chris. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank you all personally for all that you do. Nothing like taking the hot seat as the legislator after you've dealt with the hits that Quincy and Ryan had to deal with. But we were all dealing with it. I think truly for just some transparency, Chris, let's talk about the elephant in the room with that right off the bat and say it was pretty disconcerting to most of us in the educational realm at the State House when the conference committee, and I don't know if many of you know what a conference committee even is. Conference committee is 3 members of the House and 3 members of the Senate, so 6 members out of 170 people who decided to jank up this whole system. Okay, that's what happened. Yeah.
This is the Frank hour.
I mean, it happened just that quickly. And quite honestly, it started in the Senate. I didn't get wind of it for a day. All of this, Quincy and Ryan missed out on a couple of things. The first is that it was 6 people that started the ball rolling. And I think that's important for you to know. And the second part of it is that it all happened over about 3 days. So when I say that things can happen in our political world on the turn of a dime, this is probably the best example I can give you about how something could just be mentioned in passing. I mean, Chris, you've dealt with it years ago, all moving through this whole scenario of charter schools and how they've grown, and then have it mushroom into, well, wait a minute, this funding formula isn't right, and how do we get it right? And then one set of numbers come out, and are they right? And all this, remember, is happening in 3 days with 170 people, with 6 people being the only ones who are having a discussion in the room and can talk about it really in the context of the budget. So, yeah, I inserted myself, but I had to make sure that I had the right type of questions and answers before I went. And Ryan and Quincy were there on the spot. They gave all of the things that you needed them to give, but the art of the deal making and the compromise that goes into the budget for the state between the House and the Senate was more at play than actual numbers. The Senate was not going to move a budget without having some type of change. Wasn't going to happen. So if you know that in the beginning, which is what my job was to ferret out the intel, then I knew I had to go from a place of, okay, this is going to change, what's going to look like. And so I was part of the process of focusing the funding cuts on our virtual schools versus our bricks and mortar. Because as a school administrator and an educator, I knew that they had more flexibility in the things that they had and could control in their budget than you do when you have a building and liabilities that are physical and hitting you between the eyes. So that was a drive as a compromise. The dollars were another compromise. Something that I don't even know if Chris knows, and I will share with you today because I didn't know it. One authorizer, by the way, the deal in Ways and Means and the deal that was cut with all sides was that this was a virtual school adjustment. The bricks and mortar schools, we were going to hope we could hold on and go and do this giant study that's being done. And by the way, let me say that Frank Rainwater is one of the finest financial guys you will ever meet. Honest as the day is long and really cares about students. So we're in good hands. Back up. It was targeted. We had gotten it from being everybody, right, to a targeted piece, less cut, and in one place. That was the compromise. One authorizer, one charter school authorizer, put it on top of all of his schools. So even bricks and mortar got hit with the reduction because that authorizer felt that everybody should take a hit if one person on the team took a hit. I don't personally agree with that. Again, I gave you my reasoning that I know our virtual schools have costs, and I'm not saying they're not real, but I believe they're more flexible than they are when you have bond indebtedness or building mortgages and things like that. So there's a lot of substrate, I guess, to this issue.
And it's something that is being worked on, not politically right now, which I really like. I like that what came out of it is that Frank Rainwater and his group, no politicization, I don't say that right? Politicization of the issue is happening. And that's really how we should look at money. We should look at the dollars, and yeah, Chris, I believe the dollar should follow the child. And I believe that the weightings per pupil need to be the right weightings per pupil. And I'm actually going to have some special ed bills that come out. I'm taking little pieces at the time, but I'm trying to ease people into realizing that the cost for children with any kind of, here or here, right? And we know that. Those variances are not the same cost as our run-of-the-mill regular kids. Not that there are many of those left anymore. But it is what it is. So there's my little bit of a beginning on trying to maybe lower the concern, telling you that we're on top of it. I'm not letting you go anywhere. I am all in on charter schools. I am your biggest advocate. I will stand in front of the speeding train. I promise. And Chris knows that I have, and I will. But we're all going to adjust. And we're going to adjust because, yes, all children matter, and all of the parents who send their children to schools now have more and more options. You guys used to be the new shiny penny. And I think you still are, because you fit a specific need, right? Every single one of you does. And you have the beauty of writing a charter that is uniquely your own, and I love that. I mean, I see a couple of my friends here. Where's Gary? There's Gary.
Hey, Gary's over there.
Gary's
Gary,
in the
stand up.
back. Gary, stand up. I am so proud of Gary McCullough and his Bridges Prep family. I mean, I cannot thank him enough for what he has built in that corner of the Beaufort County area. I mean, that school is flourishing. And it's flourishing because it meets a distinct need in our community. And he is so in tune with the families that he's putting in place what those families want and need. And doing it at a very high productive level with an incredible staff and a great team. The other thing I'm going to have to tell you, though, is this. I'm old. And I'm old because I remember when we didn't have charter schools at all. And I remember all of the promises we made to even get one. And Chris, you weren't at the table then. No. You know what we had to do? We had to promise that you guys were going to be smarter with the dollar. That you were going to be lean and mean and get the students what they needed and fundraise and not need, what did you call them, sprinkles?
Yeah, sprinkles.
Yeah, we had to promise. You didn't need sprinkles. All you needed was a building, good teachers, less regulation, and families who wanted their children to have a good education. Guys, that's how you got to be formed. And that's the only way we got enough votes cobbled together to make the first charter school happen. And I wasn't elected. I was an advocate at the time. I got elected pretty close after that first conversation. But you got to kind of remember that the General Assembly has a long memory. And they're expecting lean, mean, no sprinkles, doing it at lower cost. You got less regulation, so we want to see great performance at a less cost to the taxpayer. And it's still real, and it's still there. And I'm here to tell you that I listen to that. And while I tamp them down and say the things that I heard in the room, you have to compete for staff. I get it. You have to pay the wage. But I'm also going to tell you that you have a way better working environment, right, than most places. Most of the folks want to be there with you. You've got an edge as a business person. I'd tell you, you really need to use it more. Find creative ways. we're willing to do more creative ways. I think you get that in the meantime, and consider that. Consider that you've got stuff that you can trade off. Maybe it's raising the percentage of your teachers that are required to be certified. Maybe it's looking at other ways to make your curriculum needs or partnerships better. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying, let's put everything on the table to get us to a place where, yeah, we're going to work on the money. I'm not telling you I'm giving up on that. I'm just saying I like all the irons in the fire. And I hope that we can work on making sure that this district has all its irons in the fire so that we're prepared for what we got to go back to in January.
Yeah, Shannon, that's a good way to go to my next question. So, the creation of the Charter Act in the mid-1990s, and then in 2006, you all created in statute the South Carolina Public Charter School District. And we're the only school district created and named in law. How important is that for us to have a public charter school district?
It's huge. You guys you're the measuring stick. I mean, truly. When people say charter schools, they don't know the difference between the three, I'll call them subcategories. They don't. They really think that you're it. They don't understand. In fact, somebody told me that the other two charter schools were pretty much just like private schools, and that y'all were the real charter school. So the understanding of general public about what we offer in education, sadly, I mean, if COVID gave us a silver lining of a few things, parents active in education was one of them. But it didn't bring the history and education of what it all meant and how we've gotten to where we are. So I think we really have to do a better job of talking about how special our district is and how you are the pinnacle, how the accountability of this district is second to none, how your board has worked incredibly to make sure that financially the stability is here and following the letter of the law. We're going to have a Charter School Act revisit. The Senate has a bill that's going to look at authorizers because that's something that kind of popped up in the middle of this growth. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I know how I feel about it. I don't really feel comfortable that your authorizer could also be your EMO. Seems like a really, really sticky wicket. Fox and hen house, all kinds of little cliches I can throw at that. As a business owner, I certainly wouldn't ever advise that. I think that needs to be two different sets of folks looking at things. And I know that that's not something you've ever touched your toe in because it's not in the Charter School Act. It's not there as an option in your opinion. Again, one of those, the pinnacle, that's said, so. Right,
yeah, if it's not in the act, we don't do it,
Pretty much.
And also, going back to the formula real quickly, Shannon was talking about other authorizers took the virtual hit and spread it across their entire district. So all of their brick and mortar schools took a hit. And so we started getting calls. Some of you got calls and then called me. You're nodding heads. Said, I've got friends that are in another authorizer in a charter school and they're asking me what cut we got. I said, well, what'd you tell them? He said, we didn't get cut. We didn't cut you because they only cut the virtual rate. We protected the brick and mortar rate, which is 98% of our entire portfolio. And it's because we stick to the law. We really hold the Charter Act with a lot of self-regard in terms of what it stipulates, the goal in the Charter Act, the purpose. Tom, you were talking about innovation. I mean, that's the things that you all are executing. That's what we're going to adhere to, is the law. Now, next question. So Senator Hembree, the chairman of the Senate Education Committee, has been pushing an accountability bill for the last couple years. It really hasn't moved anywhere. I know you have your own ideas about that. Why don't you just share a little bit about where that is and what you're waiting on?
The Senate bill has actually been set for a special order in the Senate. So that means there'll be some kind of action taken on it when we get back. And I think there's some really good accountability in there. It brings up EMOs that were not part of the law. A lot of the Charter School Act isn't not followed per se by other authorizers. The law is silent to some things, and in their mind, if it's silent, then it means it's okay. And I would say, I had a problem with DSS one time about toilets. Anybody know my toilet story, my child care center? I'm so sorry if you do, but they decided to read a reg that said 20 persons per toilet and come in and start counting babies in diapers against the number of toilets I needed in my building. Because the sentence said 20 persons per toilet. Sorry, I'm an English major, so I had to say, yeah, implied ending of that sentence is people who can actually use a toilet. And I think that's sort of where we are with our charter school law, is we have certain things that are set by the law, but maybe the ending of the sentence is not spelled out completely. It's really the difference between an ethics issue and a legal issue. But I think we have to, given the world of these questions and some of the changes that have come across, we're going to have to speak to the ends of those sentences and fill in gaps. And while Senator Hembree's bill starts that, I actually have a legislative audit going on for some of the problems that have been brought to me and showered all over the Post and Courier newspaper and the state newspaper, because remember when I mentioned to you that no one really knows the difference about the authorizers and we're just all charter schools? When one of the other authorizers does something that gets in the papers, guess who's guilty of it? All of us, right? I mean, you hear about one bad legislator, I'm bad too. Please, Lord, right now, don't think that about the ones that are bad right now. We're at a special level of bad right now. And I say that with the wish of prayers, not really making light of it at all. It's been very difficult. But you have the same problem. When I tell you the history of we're lean and mean and we can get it done and we're educating kids and we don't need all your fancy stuff and take your fancy buses, we don't need all that stuff. I mean, that's how we came in, guys. That's how we came in, all right? I mean, it's like we were the scrappers. And we're going to have to get a little bit back that way. And that's what's happening now with what we're going to have to do with changing the law. We're going to have to get back to what were we in the beginning? It was more about integrity of our programs. It was more about offering children choices and parents options and making sure that those things were followed through from the minute that they go into a lottery, right? We've all had those problems before. That doesn't, until the minute that child receives a diploma or certificate or moves on to the next school and you wish them well with their file, whatever happens when they're matriculating to the next step. And I'm seeing holes in those things. So the legislative audit is a way for me to take some stuff that some folks wrote and some accusations that were made and some holes that I think are there. And I'm going to get a preliminary report in a couple of weeks. One thing I didn't count on that's going to slow it down even more is the authorizer that it's looking into gets to
It's not us.
But they get to review the entire report and then give their feedback and negotiate what comes out of it, or I guess plead their case for anything that they don't like in the findings. I really don't, I hate that that's going to hold up time, but I don't believe it's going to stop me from having something ready in January, because I didn't want it to be a supposition. You wouldn't want me to do that. You wouldn't want me to take a newspaper reporter about your charter school district and say, oh, let's write a bill based on what the newspaper reporter said. So I'm trying to be very specific and very direct and challenge these problems to make sure that we move forward with transparency and accountability.
Let's talk about the lottery. You mentioned the lottery. So our schools hold lotteries, and you really carried the mantle this past year on the military child preference bill and giving our charter schools the ability to, if they desire, to hold a certain number of seats for our military kids who many times will move to an area in the middle of the year and they'll miss out on the lottery. Just speak on that bill and how important that was to have that passed this year.
It took a lot longer than I thought it was so common sense. But that's what you get when you join the General Assembly. What you think is going to be common sense. Don't ever say, oh, it's just a little simple bill. There is no such thing. It got hung up in the Senate, and we tried again. And guys, remember when I was talking about the funding and I had to go with a compromise? Please don't think that I like compromise, but compromise is what gets us part of the pie that we're after. And if I don't get part of the pie that we're after, then I don't live for the next day to get the rest of the pie. So that's kind of how I work this system, and it's been working pretty decently for 18 years. And that's what I did with this bill. I mean, we kept pushing. Yes, it matters. I don't know if you know this. I got my Beaufort and Low Country peeps in the room. Beaufort County has 3 out of our state's 8 military bases. Yeah. I represent 2 of them, and if truth be told, most people think I represent the other one too. And that's fine with me. 2 Marine Corps bases and a Navy base, bring them on. And I'm going to have a new military medical facility coming up. So as you can imagine, the population of military families in our area is great. But let me tell you, with 8 military bases in our state, it's great all over our state. And if they're not active duty, chances are they're retirees or have left service and gone in the private sector, but they're connected in the military somehow. And they're one of the most important features of our state. So I was constantly hearing, oh, we came to Beaufort, but we couldn't get into Bridges. Oh, we came to Beaufort, and we were living in Ridgeland, and we couldn't get into Polaris. And all of these problems because of the timing. And we want to have the lottery because it's fair, but it was keeping a set of students not ever able to make the cut. So I had to compromise, y'all. I had to take half what I asked for, but I'm alive to fight for the rest of it on another day. But we got half of, I think we took what, 10%? We 10%. Started at 20. I actually started in the House at 30, and Chris was like, that's kind of, you think we can get that? And I said, no, but then I might get, no. I mean, you always start high, right? Yeah. We batted it around. Some people disagree with me on the teacher certifications. I'm not saying that everybody who is not certified is going to be a great teacher, but I'm going to tell you that there are some really good people out there who have come from great careers. And again, I'm going to draw my military background. And one of our private schools who just grabbed them every time there was a military guy or girl that they could put in a teaching position, and they'd had the right qualifications from their military service. They had the best teachers ever. And I think we ought to be using all the talent we have available. And we've got a pilot that we put in place this year too on that. So we're inching along for our public schools because you already have it. Of course, they didn't get as high a number as you guys have. But I think it should be an option because one teacher putting you over a limit and you turned away a good teacher because it's over a limit just doesn't seem right. But
they can have 25% if you give us state retirement. How about that?
I've actually been looking at who's in the state benefit system. It would shock you. Shocked me.
Well, there's non-state agencies in it.
Yeah, like the School Board Association.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm glad you're looking into that because our school leaders and our board members would love to be able to offer that kind of benefit to teachers because it's just so hard to recruit a teacher who's, got 5-10 years in the state system. They're not just going to throw that away. And it would definitely make us more competitive.
Well, I can tell you
but it's so expensive, they can't afford to offer it.
Well, it's very expensive for you. It's also expensive for the state. But I'll tell you, and we haven't touched on the politics above me yet, but there's a little governor's race going to happen soon. I don't know if you're into it at all.
They heard from Attorney General Alan Wilson
That's
this
right,
morning.
Alan was here this morning. Well, I would tell you, that's one of the questions that you should ask those candidates, because that big a request is going to take a big bully pulpit. And the governor doesn't have the legislative ability, but the governor can make it really uncomfortable for those who do. And you need to have that kind of advocate. I mean, when Henry McMaster decided that we were going to have, the SLED office for school security, it happened. When he said, Shannon, I need you to set up a fund on Ways and Means for security equipment, it happened. I mean, he can make things happen by just bringing it to the public and making sense out of it that is very difficult for one person who only represents 40,000 people. He's got the whole state to be able to churn up that interest. I would say that'd be a really good question to ask those candidates.
What's the best way to ask that question? How would you recommend?
Well, I would hope that you invite them to your communities. Yeah, you need to just out and out invite them. They should want to come and speak, and you should, not to be political, but you need to be able to let your families know who supports them and who doesn't.
So I tell you what we'll do on that front, and we did invite all of them today, except for the guy down in Charleston that hasn't actually filed. But they all had conflicts in Congress and things like that.
Yeah.
But I tell you what we will do, because that's a great idea. Brad Henry will put together a list of their
sorry, Brad. I'm sorry. Yeah.
He already has it because we used it. So what we'll do is send you their campaign contacts, and we'll send that out to everybody so you can invite them to your schools.
Or just convene another one of these days and invite them all here.
Yeah, maybe we have a debate. Would y'all come back for that?
Give them a forum.
How about a debate? A forum?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, give them a
Brad,
forum.
that's another to-do list.
Well, you've just got a really great space for it. And if you were to have you guys here and maybe even some of your board's members, you could incorporate into that. I think that we've had Henry McMaster longer than any other governor in the history of South Carolina. And Henry's not perfect. There's no perfect person. But I will tell you, out of the 3 governors that I've worked with, Henry is the most workable governor as far as give and take and conversation and reaching out to me. I mean, he called me and said, when COVID hit, Shannon, child care centers, I'm not closing them. I'm right, aren't I? And I said, yes, sir, you are right. These young children are not affected, and if you close child care centers, nobody else, our nurses, our doctors, our first responders, they can't be at work. And he said, okay, good, but I said, they'll close if they need to, but you don't need to mandate it. And you know what? We lost about 100. Do you know how many adult daycare centers we lost by mandating they shut down? We had 1,400. We now have like 400 of them. And 46 counties spread that around. People can't have anywhere to take their special needs adult children or their spouse while they go to work for the day anymore. I mean, Henry made the right call. Henry's a very boots on the ground. If you've ever seen him in one of our emergency management meetings, he knows everything going on in that room out of every single agency. I tell you, he's not perfect, but he works harder than any governor I've ever seen.
And I will tell you on that front, in 2020, for those of you that remember that were here in the district, when we were going through COVID, we had such enrollment increases that we were going to be short in March of 2021 by $19 million. We went to the governor, went to his staff, and he figured out a way to get us in the middle of the session the $19 million so that we could finish out the session. Because back then we were funded through Proviso. That is what led to the formula change. There was a study that we commissioned with Ellen Weaver when she was at the Palmetto Promise, and then working with Shannon and Hembry and others. So
Yep.
The governor's been a great advocate. He's going to be missed, but I think whoever wins should be
We've
a
got
strong school choice
We have
advocate.
an interesting list of candidates right now. I think you'll see more. Filing doesn't happen until March. I think you'll see more people. I think there are people right now watching the show, trying to decide if they're going to jump in or not. I bet we have one or two that are not currently politicians. And I think it'll be an interesting race, but it's going to be up to us to make sure that we get the word out about which candidates cover the things that we care about. And I think you'll be able to figure out pretty quickly who understands what we do and who doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're running a little short on time because we know we want to get you on the road before the traffic gets bad, east and west. Does anybody have any questions for Shannon? If you do, just please come on up to the mic. This is your opportunity to talk with one of our state's most influential leaders. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we got one over here, and one over here.
I don't really have a question, but going back to the getting into the state retirement, perhaps one of the perks of being a South Carolina state charter versus one of the other authorized people is that our charters, as part of the state, could have our retirement systems in the state retirement as a perk and a benefit and a way to draw staff and qualified staff and certified staff to our charter schools. Not that I want to dismiss the other schools.
I think you need to run for office. See there, she's carving out your
She
little
might be that
exception
candidate
right
for
there.
governor you were talking about.
You know, maybe
Yeah.
she's already thinking about that.
All right, Josh.
That's the way you get legislation done.
Well, Josh didn't bring up notes on a paper, so
No,
he's
no,
going
no.
to freelance it.
Well, I had to write it down last time. First of all, thank you so much for being here. I've had the pleasure of seeing you in action, and you are a person who does exactly what she says. So thank you for being who you are. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Based on some of the things that have been discussed and, talking about budget changes and, changes to funding formulas and that type of thing, should we expect, have things gotten to where they're tight and that's why this is having to be revamped, and should we expect
I think
change?
it's just a shift in the mentality of how leadership and the budget writers, and I'm no longer on the budget committee. And when I fought that,
She still sits in, though.
Well,
when I present.
Mr. Whitmire is the chairman of House Education Budget. I'm the chairman of House Education and Public Works Committee. So I'm policy. Mr. Whitmire is very kind, however, and almost lets me co-chair with him. We work, his district is number 1, and my district is number 124. His is the first and mine is the last. We kind of think that makes us the little yin and yang of education in South Carolina. And so the policy and the money need to match, right? That's why we try to work together on these things. I think what you're seeing is a bigger picture. It's not at you. And that's one thing I really hope you take away from this. It's that dollars following the child. Are the public schools, traditionally public schools are taking funds from kids that are not in those seats. How does the school choice figure into the big picture of the money going per pupil in that regard? And what are the costs associated with all of these different groups, and how do we mitigate what those needs are? I think that's the bigger push. I don't think it should have happened at the last day of April for us to finish in the first week of May. I do think that Frank Rainwater, who has done studies for us before that have ended up with really good results, I think he will be very critically looking at all of those pieces and parts, and the big picture will have to come out to say, what is it per child that it takes to educate a child in South Carolina, and then drill down to what does it take to educate a child in these various places. Because we know that, I'll pick on Cherokee County for a minute. It's itty bitty, and it's probably one of our poorest areas. They don't have the millage rate They don't have the local funding to be able to pay for the students in their schools, in their traditional public schools. But are they not ripe for a charter school or a school choice venue? And what do those numbers look like in those areas? Are we going to go by county, by zones? I don't know what it looks like, but I think that's the bigger picture, is can we do something holistically and not this piecemeal type of scenario? I believe that's the big idea. Now, I don't know if it'll come in stages or if it'll be able to be rolled out in time for the budget. You know, the House does the budget first. We've got it, they'll start in a couple of weeks, having hearings. And then in March, we vote on the first rendition. And then it moves into the Senate, and they hold the same hearings that we held and do it over and see if anything's changed. So we've got lots of bites at the apple, and I would tell you that you're probably going to have to be engaged. I mean, Superintendent Neely's going to be at the State House a lot from January through May this year. Hint, hint, hint. Just because, I mean, seriously, we're going to be watching, we're going to be in conversations. It's going to be one of those things that's ongoing. Our legislative session is one of the shortest, but it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the second week of January through the second week of May. Yeah, so that help a little bit?
It does. It does.
Not more clear than mud, right?
No, you're fine. Just want to figure out how to be as proactive as we can be with our legislators.
You know, and let me plug Ryan, and I mean, your representation in the State House is strong from the association. It's not something that's easy to do, because we could be sitting in a hearing and discussing what they expected. It's going to be charter schools or education funding, and 2 doors down in labor, commerce, and industry, they bring up education and insurance or something, and one of them has to pick up and go run and go listen to something going on over there, or sit there in that hearing watching their phone with their earbud in, and those things can turn like that. So they were at the table. They were not missing anything on your behalf, but it did happen in a very short timeline with very few people and very small wiggle room. So.
Yeah, the last comment I'll make on that, and I met with Quincy 4 weeks ago for an hour and a half. It was the first time we had met since this happened. And she gave me the same, perspective that she shared with you today. But at the end of the conversation, and I've been around politics now for 35 years and been over at the State House in different roles for that amount of time. And I said, well, it's a little naive to think that you could go in at the last couple weeks of session and try to advocate for something and get the hold harmless when that's not what they did. Because anytime you take something to the General Assembly, there's a risk that it's going to become something other than what maybe you intended. And so I said, at the end of the day, your efforts led to a reduction in charter school funding of $10 million, which meant that traditional districts, the other 79, gained $10 million. Spread that out over 79 school districts. I said, was it really worth it? She couldn't answer the question. The point is, we got to stop squabbling over that, because $10 million for us is a lot of money. For them, 79 school districts, it was not a lot of money. There's a better way for us to do policy than to try to squeeze that in at the last minute. Shannon, in closing, talk about what Kids First means to you and what your vision for public education is in South Carolina.
Well, I mean, Kids First for me is, and I use the idea of a round table, and we're all around it, and the child's in the middle of the table. And if any of us tips that table too far to one side and the child falls off, then we failed. That's the deal. It's as simple as that. So if we're not all around that table, huddled up together, holding hands, whatever it is we got to do to make sure that child stays in the center of the table, then we are not doing our jobs. And in our office, it's Education and Public Works, which, let me do a little plug on DOT, DMV, Public Safety, Yeah, those are mine too, and believe it or not, I'm just as committed to them as I am to education, and I'm doing public hearings around the state on DOT modernization, one in Greenville tomorrow, and we'll be all over the place. Did one in Columbia last month. But, because kids have to have roads too, that child and the community that we live in and all those things, the job I do every day, I weigh how children and families are affected by whatever it is I'm doing. Whether it's the roads they travel, the public safety they have, or which education option they choose. Now, remember I said which education. I'm an all of the above education advocate. I think home school and home choices are great if they match the child's learning style and the family feels that that's what they're called to do. I believe that charter schools and our scholarship programs for independent and private and faith-based schools all meet different children's needs and bring something different to the table. They bring different kinds of educators, different kinds of safe adults for children to know in their lives. We all need those safe adults in our lives in all capacities. And so Children First for me is all children everywhere being happy, healthy, well, and hitting the pinnacle of their ability for their lives. Because if we don't take care of them, then who's going to take care of us? And the world needs us to replenish ourselves with people better than us. I think that was the whole basis. You know, we're coming up on our 250th anniversary of independence. I think that was the basis of our founding fathers, was to build something that got better and better and better. And that's our goal, is to always be better. You can't be perfect, but you strive not to make the same mistake twice. So I'm out here working every day trying to do the best I can. Children are at the focus of literally just about everything I do. And families are vitally important to our state. Families and small businesses and educational choice right now are ranking on the things that I think make South Carolina the most special place to live. So I think we keep it going. Guys, we hit record-breaking stats this past year. I mean, we are really doing well. Thank you for your participation in all of our initiatives like the Science of Reading, and now I hope you'll be participating in the Palmetto Math stuff, whatever we can do to help you on those things. The numbers are looking much better. We're turning corners, and we're making a difference with children, and that should make us all feel really good.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Let's give Shannon a round of applause. And Shannon, on behalf of the South Carolina Public Charter School District and all your charter friends here in the audience, this year we're naming you our Kids First Charter Champion of 2025. Congratulations.
You didn't tell me. Yeah. Hold on, we got another.
Shannon, thanks again. Thanks for all you do for this district, for being a friend to public education, and for always putting kids first. We look forward to working with you. Let's give her another round of applause. Be careful going down. All right, we ran over by 30 minutes. I apologize. So we got 5.5 hours of your time. Was this worth it? Was it worth it? Did you like the speakers? If we're going to ask you to travel all the way here and spend 5.5 hours sitting in these benches, we do feed you. Hopefully you enjoyed the barbecue. Was it good? All right, Trevor Ivy. You know, then we feel like we owe it to you to provide some good speakers that are meaningful. I hope the discussion with Quincy Moore was helpful. I do appreciate the fact that she came. That would have been hard for a lot of us to go into her conference and answer those kind of questions. And so I think we have to give her credit for that. We will stay close to them. I'm going to continue to go to the meetings. I'm going to continue to be involved and at the table so that I can shape whatever it is they're trying to advocate. As soon as I get that document, I'm going to send it to you. And I'm asking for your feedback. I need all of you to provide your voice on whatever it is. I have not seen it. I don't know what is in that document. But we need to be loud and clear about our position. And I told her when we met 3 weeks ago, I said, Quincy, we need to look at every child the same. We can't look at public school children in one segment of public education differently than another. You can't go and advocate for one over the other. And as I said a few minutes ago, really, was it worth it? All this conflict over $10 million? And they still are losing money, but not because of any other reason other than the fact that you're doing such a great job. The kids are transferring from their system to our system because we put kids first. And I look at all of you. So when we talk about good, great to best, I see the best. Be safe on your way home, and thanks for putting kids first. Thank you.